you hold the key to close it?
I do. You need my first motion. That's the motion. Yeah.
Have a coffee break around 12 o'clock.
Don't tempt her.
All right, it's called order C4HE City Council meeting Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. Just a little bit different tonight before we have the invocation. You may have seen that our former mayor, Eileen Ferdinand, passed away this week. Her visitation's tomorrow.
Our visitation's tomorrow, and the funeral is on Thursday. So I wanted to, when we have Danny come up for the invocation, out of respect for her and appreciate her service, if we could have a moment of silence for the invocation. So I'd like to invite Danny Fields for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge. Of course, a moment of silence at your leisure.
Lord, we just thank you for this day, and we thank you for that mayor, and Lord, how she served and was a leader, and we just pray for peace over her and her family, and Lord, and we know there's a time for everything, so now I just come before you and ask for wisdom for things that's going on for the city and for this meeting tonight, that every employee would act with servant integrity, with the position they're called into, with character and honor, leading the people with the government and the Word of God through Jesus Christ. And I just want to thank you for the stuff that they're going to be discussing tonight from the public and also the city manager, the mayor, the council, and the board in each department here, how we will work to make this a place where we could grow together and hear from you and hear from one another and be prepared for everything that we have to face and decisions we need to make tonight. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, have a roll, please.
Mayor John Eric Hoover.
Here.
Vice Mayor Linda Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilman David Mueller.
Here.
Councilman Robert Hubbard.
Here.
Councilwoman Lisa Burke.
Here.
City Attorney Nancy Meyer. Here. City Manager Matthew Koppler.
Here. Thank you. First up, we got two sets of meeting minutes, so looking for a motion to approve the September 10th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes.
Motion to approve September 10th, 2024, Councilman.
Second motion.
Have a motion, a second.
Got one question.
Sure.
On page, what can I see the page? Anyway, it talks about Amendment 4. Can somebody refresh me what we did there with Amendment 4? What was Amendment 4?
Amendment 4 was the abortion amendment for.
Oh, okay. It wasn't ours. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Anything else for discussion?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, I need a motion for the October 3rd, 2024 City Council special meeting minutes.
Motion to approve the October 3rd, 2024 City Council special meeting minutes.
Second.
A motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up is comments from the general public. I do have one signed up. Danny Fields, welcome.
My name's Danny Fields. My address is 8114 Leo Kid here in Fort Ritchie. And again, I just want to thank you for your service. And, you know, together we could hear from the public and each other and make decisions. There's a lot that has to be done. The mayor and the city manager, operation manager, each department, you know, and so this is a chance for us to reflect on not so much the past, how we could grow and learn and go forward. And that's one of the reasons I'm here. You know, so I want to thank you for say Happy New Year's to you. But as a minister, I also would say, this is the day the Lord has made. We could rejoice and be glad in it. And we know we face a lot of things. We do see things go on in our nation, like California. So I want to take a moment for them and know that, you know, that when we govern her, we look at a bigger picture. So we got to prepare and prep, activate, and recovery. So it takes teamwork to do that. And I think about the first responders there and all that they're going through and the people. See, but when government looks at the bigger picture and works in all these departments, we could be ready like we have here with hurricanes and floods, starting with our government and the cities and, you know, the counties, and learning to work together as we've done here. And we've done a great job at that. And I want to thank the police and the fire department and you guys for the stuff that we've been through. So on that, I want to also talk about an event that's going to be coming up tomorrow at 8114 Leo Kid at Light of the World Tabernacle. We're having a luncheon at 12 o'clock to 2, and that will be leaders in the area. We pray and work together with the community and the people and the businesses and governments. Those are welcome. If you want to attend that, you're welcome, and we would like to be able to discuss and learn and grow together in that area. But I also will be in going to an event with the mayor in Clearwater, Bruce, and it's going to be called the Pastors and Leaders Meeting Discussion Faith and Family Day, and how we could work together in these areas to continue to build and prepare for everything we need to make it a great place to live and work and play and to be together. So we all could learn from one another. We could all grow and then build the character and have a great place. You know, Florida, I love our governor, and when I say I love him, I love what he stands for and how he carries himself, and that. And we know that politics, they bicker and fight with one another, but when we can really see the big picture and come together, that's what it's all about. So I just want to thank you and invite you to that. So the address would be, can I go ahead and give that? So it'll be 13880 in Clearwater, and
Feather Sound Drive, 138.
yeah, 13880, and I got it here, and I'll give it to you. So if you want to come to that, you could come to it. I got some printouts, and so for time's sake, I was just wanting to move on with that. But I wanted to invite you to that. So I do have a website here as well, and I didn't want to give it out to have a bunch of people online go show up, because it is a reservation appointment, but I wanted to reach out to leaders that was willing to go and give them that invitation. I will be there, other leaders will be there, and this is a great time to learn and grow together with mayors and county commissioners and all that will attend this. So we're branching out into more areas with Somebody Cares to work, and I'm trying to be more involved in that area as well as serve you guys here in this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. That's all the signups I have. By show of hands, anybody else like to speak? Mr. Mayor, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Mayer, 4591 Harbor Point Drive. I just wanted to comment to Matt and his team, Veronica and Tony. Great job on what you're doing. I went through the substantial damage inspection. Tony came in, professional, solved the problems. We're moving on. And I've heard this from numerous other homeowners too, so thank you. And I know the pressure you're under, and I know the guidelines you're trying to meet and all those things, but from everybody else's perspective, it's not so clear. So thank you for helping our community get restored and get back to normal. We appreciate it. I really mean that. And thank you, Matt. All right. That's it.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks. Show of hands, anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to comments from City Manager. Pass it to Mr. Copper for his comments.
Real quick, I didn't prepare a written one because of the length of the agenda. I didn't want to be holding this up, but real quick, we're going to be doing some changes to the monthly reports. It's probably going to be over the next three months that we'll probably see that transition to a new format. But we just started working with the department directors on that. Another change that you're going to see is In the second meeting of each month, we're going to have a department come in and do a presentation on what's going on in that department. I think you've probably done that before, so that shouldn't be new. But this month is building department's turn. So on the 28th, Veronica and Tony will be doing a presentation, and we look forward to it. Last thing, again, real quick, we're going to be narrowing down the list of candidates for the police chief. Probably by the end of this week, we'll have that narrowed down to the candidates that I want to bring in for formal interviews. So I'll be sending that out to all of you so you can kind of see what it is and hopefully have the whole plan put together for what we'll be doing when we bring them in. So still on track sometime early February to have that process, and hopefully by mid-February have a new police chief named.
That's it. Yep. Thank you. Okay, next up is comments from boards, committees. You have CAC?
It's no CAC, but the Coastal Resilience
Oh, yes.
Committee. We did, Mr. Roth and Mr. Leeds and I went to the county and met with a group from the county. And we had a great meeting. It was really informative. They gave us a lot of different projects that they're working on. The Four Rivers Basin Project, which is an Army Corps project, which is resurrected. Apparently it was in play years ago and kind of died off. So that's back into play. So they're looking at that. One of the big things that they're looking at is the Gulf Futures Project, which is in combination with USF and Dr. Wong. They're going to be looking at the whole coast, but Pasco is included. And there's going to be 5 data points from our coast, from Arapika down to Holiday. And that's going to include the mouth of the river, our river, Cody River, looking at tides and water quality. So that's in the future, not in the near future, but I'm sure in the future. So we'll get information out of that. But it was a real good 2-hour meeting, a lot of information, very willing to work with us, and we expressed our willingness to work with them. So lots of good things to come. And we're going to keep in touch, and we're going to have we didn't set specific meetings, but we're all going to have meetings between our 2 groups and keep each other informed.
Good.
So I'll keep you informed.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We get a little feedback on her mic.
I know, and I tried to turn the master down, but it's not working.
Because I'm so quiet.
I think it's something that has to be done with the program itself and the speaker.
Yeah, maybe just keep it muted or something.
Yeah, so if you're not using it, just turn it off.
So-
and
So if you turn all the other ones off, whoever's speaking, turn the mic on, and that way we don't have any interference coming in.
Let's see if that works.
Yeah, so we turn.
The Centennial Committee, obviously those activities will be ramping up here mid-February. The focus of our meeting, obviously we assigned individuals, the previous meeting, we assigned individuals to each one of the events to kind of spearhead those events. And our focus this past meeting was to secure funding, because at that particular time, we didn't have any funding at all from the packets that were sent out. I think Sal sent out about 400 emails to the businesses, and we got nothing back as of that meeting. However, since then, what we talked about was kind of dividing and conquering that list, going and knocking on the door, calling or whatever, and more personal visitation on that to try to drum up some funding for sponsorships. After that meeting, I did make a few calls. I think we're sitting at right now, we've got about 22,000 committed. So we're 22,100 to be exact. Yeah, I think we've received 100. All right, so we got another 22,000 that should be coming in very, very soon. And then obviously there's some other stuff in the works, and people are in the committee are actually reaching out to folks. So hopefully we'll have at least it sounds like we're going to have some good initial seed money, and then obviously going forward we'll be feverishly planning those events, and that's kind of underway. So more to come on that. That's all I have from the Centennial. Any other board committees? Nope. Okay. Moving on to consent agenda. Look for motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have motion second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I noticed that we have received Newport Richie's sewer bills. So looks
You
like
asked, you
progress
received.
is being made there, and I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
I did have a question on that actually, because as I was looking at this, it looks like there's the Broadway Avenue sewer and Limit Drive sewer all in the same account. Again, it's all accounting stuff, so I just was curious more than anything. But there is that Congress and Pine Hill, which is on a separate account. So I was curious of why we separate that out, and then we only got October for that particular area, but we got October, November for the other two. So why is November not on that one?
I'll have to check on that, but sometimes they come over with zero, and sometimes they kind of come over as a double bill. So that's
okay.
And then it very well could have been that I would say a double bill, but I'll check on that and have an answer for you.
Yeah, no, it's not important. I just was curious. And then, is there a reason why we have a merged account for those two, but a separate account for that one? Is something special with that particular?
That I don't know.
No.
So I'll
was
get back
curious
to you on that.
Okay. Anything else, anybody? Bob?
Well, not with this. I had something before, I want to comment on before the meeting, but I'll cover that after.
Yeah, we get comments in there. Okay. Any public got a comment? So you don't have to bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up is public hearings. We've got two public hearings tonight. Number 3, second reading of ordinance number 24-698, and then number 4, second reading of ordinance number 24-699. We'll cover those together as far as commentary, and then we'll vote on each one of those separately. One thing to add on that is that the matters are on the record that they were heard on November 12th, 2024, at which time council passed the ordinances on first reading with recommended changes after city staff and the applicant presented their testimony and evidence. So with that being said, we're not going to have a full-blown hearing here, but I am going to open it up if staff or the applicant has anything further to add. Anything from applicant, staff? Okay, since there's none, then I'll pass over to Nancy to have her reading.
Okay, the first one's ordinance 24-698, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map to redesignate a 0.70 acre parcel, more or less located at 8202 Carmel Drive, from residential to commercial mixed use, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so then I'd like to open up public comment. If anybody would like to comment on these? Seeing no hands, I'll bring it back. And that was for comments for both 698 and 699. So bring it back. Okay, so open up for motion or discussion on the second reading of ordinance number 24-698, which is the future land use map change.
I'd like to make a motion to approve and adopt ordinance 24-698, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map and redesignate the 0.70 acre parcel located at 8202 Carmel Drive from residential to commercial mixed use.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? Seeing no hands, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Next up, second reading of ordinance number 24-699. Do you need to read that by title?
Ordinance 24-699, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending the official zoning map to redesignate a 0.70 acre parcel, more or less, located at 8202 Carmel Drive, from R2 to family residential to C3 general commercial, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. And then also, I've already had public comment on that, but just again, does anybody like to comment on that particular one? Okay, I'll bring it back for a motion or discussion.
Motion to approve ordinance 24-699.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Okay, that closes the public hearings. Next up, council business, item number 5, first reading of ordinance number 25-711, amending Article 1, Division 1, Chapter 109 to update the floodplain management regulations of the City of Port Richey. I'll pass it to Mr. Coppell for introduction.
Yes. So we, and I can't remember the exact date, but we had a couple different discussions on amending this particular code. In a broader sense, what's going on is we're taking a number of items that are located in Chapter 110 and moving them which is the building department code, into 109, which is our flood hazard code, floodplain management code. So that's kind of the bigger point of view with this. In doing so, we had also recommended at that point in time to increase the number of years for the look back. If you remember, we were talking, I think 2 or 3 years at the time, and decreasing what the substantial damage amount could be. And we were talking from 50%, I think, down to 45%. Then, of course, we had hurricanes. And so there's been a discussion amongst council to keep it at various times, to keep this at the 50% mark for substantial damage, and doing away with the year look back. So there would be no look back period for that. There's a number of other items located within this that really we didn't have a lot of conversation about. I think at the time when we first discussed this, the substantial damage was probably one of the bigger items we talked about, as well as the moving from 1 foot to 2 foot above freeboard for future development. Since then, I know there's conversations that have come up about the non-conversion agreement that I assume we'll have a conversation tonight about. But with that, I'll kind of lead into the discussion and go from there.
Okay. So if you want to read by title.
Ordinance number 25-71, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending Article 1, Division 1, Chapter 109 to update the date of the study to support the city's basis for establishing flood hazard areas, to remove the requirement to evaluate previous permits and substantial improvement and substantial damage determinations in Article 1, Division 3, Chapter 109, update definitions in Article 2, Division 2, Article 2, Division 2, Chapter 109 to correctly define appeal and modify the definition of substantial damage and substantial improvement for consistency with modification made in Article 1, Division 3, Chapter 109, add more stringent requirements in Article 3, Division 1, Chapter 109 to require non-conversion agreements, limit contents within an enclosed area, increase the minimum building elevations on residential and non-residential buildings, address flood proofing and foundations in coastal A zone, require registered design professionals to design dwelling foundations, and require anchoring and elevation of replacement equipment, and clarifying Article 3, Division 5, Chapter 109, that permanent placement of recreational vehicles and park trailers is prohibited, providing a fiscal impact statement, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Amen. That's a long one.
I'm paid by the word tonight, no.
Yeah. Since they got their mic off, I guess when you read, you might want to lean over this way so make it a little better. Because you hear that okay, Ashley, I guess? So a lot of these changes impact CRS points, and so my understanding is a presentation before we open up for discussion might be beneficial to hear that presentation to kind of get some background information on those points and that and so on.
Yeah,
from staff.
There was a request at some point in the past that staff put together a presentation that discusses the points, how you come up with the points, where we stand with the points. Are you going to that right now? So it's being pulled up, and I'll turn it over to Veronica, who has worked diligently to put this together. Thank you very much.
Just tell me when you want to go. Okay, that's fine. I got it up here on my laptop. Okay, so this is I put a.
Is your mic on?
It doesn't go.
Oh.
You give her this mic?
Oh, no. Yeah, you can grab that one. All right, I'll send it to you. Okay. So I put a brief summary of the community rating system. Of course, this is a PowerPoint or a topic that can take several workshops to understand the in-depth of the intricacies of each activity and each topic. But this is a quick summary of what it entails, where we stand today the activities that the city is working on to try to move forward with some extra points, and how we can lower our class rating and gain a higher discount for our insurance premium. Okay. So this is the National Flood Insurance Policy. It provides affordable insurance to property owners and encourages communities to adopt and enforce the floodplain management regulations. What is the community rating system? So the community rating system is a voluntary incentive program that recognizes and encourages communities to practice and exceed minimum requirements from the National Flood Insurance. I'm sorry, Ashley, go 2 slides. Okay. So here is where our class sits. This is where the city of Port Richey sits. So for the communities range from 5% to 45%, and they're discounted in increments of 5%. Okay, so they're based on 19 credible activities, which are organized into 4 categories. So the higher the number you are, the higher the number of credits, the lower the CRS class, 1 being the best class that we can have. We are at a 7. Okay, the city of Port Richey currently is at 1,789 credit points. I also put in here, the county is at a class 6 with 2,020 points, and the city of Newport Richey is at a class 7. So this is something obviously that we're looking forward into acquiring more points to lower our score.
You say 1789, sorry?
We're at 1,789 credit points.
Does that include the points we've got for the Forerunner software? Or is
No.
That, okay, so
No. So this is all of this data is up to date to as of now, but not with anything that we've acquired within this past year.
So do we have a projected where we'll be with those? Because I know we probably don't know what point values we're going to get for some of this stuff.
We're hoping with the GIS, we're hoping with Forerunner, we're hoping with some of the other things that we've done that it'll get us into a class 6. We're pushing for a class 5, but I think we're safe to say that we should be at a class 6, but that's all going to determine different things.
Do we have the a spreadsheet or a report that shows what categories and the values we're receiving in each category?
And so in the next slides, you'll see that.
Okay.
We broke it down by the points that we've acquired, the averages that are out there, and what we could possibly obtain.
Okay.
So they're in these slides. So the next slide, Ashley. So we have 19 credible activities. We have 4 categories: public information and education, which is outreach and education; floodplain management regulations, which are your zoning and your building codes. They should be there. Your flood damage reduction, which are your structural improvements and your mitigation. And your flood warning and emergency response preparedness plans and emergency outreach. So they're broken down into those 4 categories. And under those 4 categories, you have 19 activities. Okay, the next slide. Okay. This is so the next couple of slides is going to show you a breakdown of the series by activities. So all of the 300 series encompasses your elevation certificates, your map information, your outreach projects, your flood protection information and assistance, and your flood insurance promotion. So each one of those so section 310 is an activity, 320 is an activity, and under each one of those, it shows you everything that we can acquire points for.
And they're each a point?
So it's going to vary. So the points are going to vary. Some of these I did put the points and what you can get. The city has been working with the county for the past several months to establish a program for public information, also known as the PPI. The CRS provides additional credit for public outreach efforts that are coordinated through an adopted program for public information. The city and county have contacted stakeholders and will hold its first meeting January 22nd of this year. So we have been working diligently with the county to perform that. We do gain extra points for that committee. Just establishing a committee does not get us points. So we have to do projects. And so we have contacted, I'm proud to say I've worked with Alina over the CRS coordinator at Pasco County for several months to establish this. And we have acquired, the city has acquired 5 stakeholders here. And she also has 2 or 3 from the county from her side that are also be in attendance. This committee, we need to have 50% or more has to be stakeholders and not government workers. So even though we have a good long list of government workers, we also needed to have also outside people, stakeholders as well.
What was the name of the committee?
It's called the PPI, the Program for Public Information.
Is that residents as stakeholders or?
So we need to have an insurance, on staff, we have, our stakeholders include an insurance agent, an insurance firm. We have the planner. We have a planner. We have 2 realtors. And we have 2 people from the community, a contractor and a person from one of our committees, one of our boards here, who was interested in being a stakeholder. So
Another question I had. So you mentioned when you go through the rating, was it 6? I think you said they had 2,020 or 2,200 points.
2,020 points.
Okay, so they've just they're just over that 2,000 to get them into that 6 category.
That's correct.
My question is, obviously, as we're working with the county, have we kind of took side by side with the analysis that we have and what we're doing to get our 1798 or 89, what it was, against what they're doing? If they get their 2020, compare, what are they doing that we're not?
So we are working on that. There's been some changes at the county. And I was just informed last week that CRS coordinator is not going to be in that position for much longer. But there are conversations that we've had dealing with the county is sometimes somewhat of a challenge. I'll be honest with you. Here we do a lot of things in-house with the building department with the staff of 3. Right? Over there, they have multiple departments working on multiple projects. They have engineers, they have different people working on those projects. And so she collaborates and takes in all of that information. So to answer your question, yes, we can do that and go, but it's going to be hard to match points by points. They may have 300,000 acres of open space, which may give them the 2,000 points. And later in the slide, I'll explain that. Whereas we have maybe, one piece of property that is an open space. And so we are acquiring 25 points where they may be acquiring 2,000 points for that. So sometimes you're not mixing apples with apples in that sense because of the area that they have, that they encompass. It's difficult. I have reached out to Newport Richey, and they're also trying to get a handle. They also have new people running the CRS program there as well. So it's hard for me to get data from my surrounding area for that. So we're trying to do the best that we can on our own to try to see what they're doing and try to match up. So yes and no, right? I mean,
yeah, and along the same lines, I guess, and I don't know, do we share a CRS coordinator or contact? Like when we submit that stuff to be evaluated, is that the same person that Pasco and Newport Richey uses, or each city?
no. So
everybody's their own?
Yeah, they each have their own ISO representative. And so they may not always be the same. And so where I'm talking to Pasco County and I'm speaking to their ISO rep, we have a different ISO rep here with us. So
Is it possible to ask our particular person, hey, can we get this, let's say, I don't know, this Safety Harbor, or find a city that's comparable to our size, very similar to us, that maybe is a higher rating, that we could say, what are they doing to get that rating compared to what we're doing? I don't know if it's public record.
Yeah.
We can see that.
Yeah, and so we've been in conversations with them as well. Our person happens to be out of New Jersey. So, I mean, they're all out of state for whatever reason. They're not in state. And so a lot of the information, sometimes it takes a while for us to get that information because what they're doing up there is not what we're doing here. And so, but yeah, they are there to help us. And I know anytime I've reached out to them to ask questions more in detail on different activities, different things, they're more than willing to help.
It seems like it's kind of a black box. You submit all this stuff and you wait and kind of see how you score, like take a test, and then here's what your values are. If you had some tangible things that have already went through that process, here's what they're doing, here's their scores, and we kind of look at that. It would kind of help us gauge. Okay, well, if these guys are doing this and they got 700 points, if we do the same thing, we could probably expect to get around that same number. It'd be easier to gauge as opposed to just doing all these things and hoping to get some value that we don't really know. It's somewhat subjective, I guess. I don't know. But, thanks.
But essentially, we have a scorecard, right?
We do.
And we know the categories and the values that we're receiving.
Correct.
And we can compare that to the county and to Newport Richey.
We can.
And then see if they're doing something, like he said, that we might be able to pick up. I went through that manual, that 600-page manual, and pulled together some ideas. And certainly we ought to focus on the areas that generate the most points. And if we're wasting time on things that have 20 points, let's move on and find the stuff that has 2,000 and get a bigger share of that.
Right.
But hopefully that we're focused on that.
And some of my later slides, I'll show that so that you can see.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You can go to the next one. Okay, so the 300 series, in the first column, you have the activities. In the second column, you have the maximum credit points possible. In the third column, you have the Port Richey credits. In the fourth column, you have the average points earned. And then the last column is your percent of communities credited. So here it goes through I don't know if you want me to go through each one, but
average points earned is across the entire program.
Across the program.
So normally, on average, people get 38 points out of 310. Gotcha.
So for construction certificates, Port Richey has earned 38 out of a possible 116. 320 map information out of a possible 90. We've reached 90. 330 outreach projects, maximum is 350. We've done 109. 340, which are your hazard disclosures, maximum points are 80. We scored an 8.
Yeah, this is actually good to see because you can see on several of these we're actually doing better than average, but then some are laggards.
Some where we're looking for, yes.
Well, let's stop at that one right there on that 340. Hazard disclosures, right? 8 for disclosures. There's things in that category: real estate agent disclosure, other disclosure requirements, and real estate brochures. They all have much higher values than 8. So things that we could focus on.
Sure.
For example, the real estate agent disclosure is 35 points if you get that. And I don't know what that entails, but that's something that, hey, we could possibly pick up another 35 points. Yeah.
And so that's a good point because this is one activity that we have felt that we have maxed out on, and we're not sure why we're not receiving the points. So that is a note that we have to talk to our ISO rep about.
All right.
Yeah, I would think this would be a fairly easy
because
no-brainer.
we have created the real estate brochure. We do mail it out to all the realtors.
Have we? When was the last time we updated our results? I guess because what I was seeing.
What do you mean our results?
These scores.
These scores are given to us every 3 years from the ISO rep. So these are scores that we've had for a little bit of time. So we have a CAB visit every 5 years, they come here and do a cab visit.
Okay. From what I was reading in the manual, one, the last reported scores that we had, and I believe it was that you said 1789, we ended up was in maybe June of 2020.
That's
Okay.
correct. That was
Okay.
when our cab visit.
And from what I read in the manual, you can apply and update that at any time.
You can. You're allowed one time. FEMA allows you to update it once a year. And
That's not what I read in the document, in their
Okay.
document. But
Well,
it said that
that's-
anytime. So,
I don't know what you mean by updated.
in
Do
other
you
words,
mean by recertify?
yeah,
Okay, you're allowed one time a year to recertify.
okay. But since 2020, and I've sat out in the audience here, that we were going to try to keep updating and improving our rating, but we haven't updated it since 2020. So it seems like there's a gap there. We should be doing that every year. We should be beating the bushes on this and looking at opportunities to move this number ahead, right?
Sure.
Well, provided there's things that have been done to increase it, right? I mean, if you haven't done anything, there's no sense in getting recertification.
I get that, but she just told me that they're doing brochures. Brochures got a line item on this for 35 points.
I think she said that they're not getting their max points for whatever reason. That's a separate conversation, I think.
Well, and is it because we haven't communicated effectively to the body that rates? And
Right. There's some
Yeah,
there's
I
an
mean,
issue there for sure.
There's some gaps here, and I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm just saying, hey, we got to do a better job, and it sounds like you're working on it. And I'll let you go ahead.
Matt
Yeah, I just wanted to say that understand that there has not been a priority placed on doing these things.
But
And that's not the fault of the building department. I'm saying that there's not been a priority where a directive was, we need to do these things. And it's not that, again, the building department isn't wanting to do it. I mean, I think when I first got here,
is not wanting to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
They are wanting to do
they
it.
want to do it. Yes, they want to do it. I mean, when I first got here, I know we had a conversation about the things that need to be done to elevate this. And so it's something that we have been working on for the last year to get us into a spot where we can then go to, the ISO and say, here's what we've done. And so again, it's not that these things just happen by chance. There's work that has to be done to do it. And it just hasn't been a priority in the past to do those things.
But from where I was sitting out here, what was communicated was, we're working on getting this stuff, we're submitting it, and we really haven't. So for whatever reason, we're moving ahead now, right?
Yeah, we definitely
Excellent.
are.
So I have a question.
Sure.
So if we haven't been recertified since 2020, but
We recertify every year. We recertify. We have a cab visit where they come in here and they collect 5 years worth of documentation. That's where these scores come from.
Okay.
But every year we recertify. We have to.
Okay, and so when that happens, is that when you find out how many points you've scored for the things we've done?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. When you found out how many points were given.
The recertification could be the same points as it was before, we just recertified
Yeah,
for
the
another year.
recertification is you just submit documents. It's not so in-depth when they're here and they're collecting 5 years. So next year when we have our cab visit, it's 5 years worth of information we're collecting. So for like 6 months, that's all we're working on, the CRS stuff, to gather all that information to
It
get.
sounds like that cab visit is paramount to get a score change.
Yes.
Recertification is just a yearly thing you have to
Right.
do. That cab visit actually potentially changes your score.
And once we're working on some projects, and once those projects are completed, like Mr. Mueller said, we can recertify. FEMA will allow us to recertify.
Like, hey, we
can.
we think we got
We
1,000
just have to
points
get,
here. Can you
right,
take a look at it?
we've been working on GIS, we've
Right.
been working on different projects, different things to try to get us the form, Forerunner is another project that we worked on to try to get us doing different things. So, I mean, we're working on some of those things before we recertify, because when we recertify, we want to give them everything we have, everything we've done, and then get us those and maximize those points.
Can I ask a question? Sure. For the real estate thing, as an example, that's been in place for a while now?
We've been doing that as, for the past 5-6 years.
Okay, so that's been in place, but we don't know why they possibly did not give us the full points for that.
Full points.
But we have no control over that. We just send it, the on-site visit, we have an interaction, obviously a verbal interaction with them, and we can show them stuff. But you just, on a yearly basis, send them what we have, and you have a contact person, but that's kind of like hit or miss, is that
We
correct?
send them all the documentation.
And then
give
they
us
make a
back.
decision on that. There's no
That's
really
correct.
interaction.
That's correct.
So we don't have an opportunity to
And
say,
then-
hey, we were expecting to get 35 points for
Right.
this thing.
Well,
Why do we not get 35?
So you have been
And we-
doing the work.
And we did address it, but they had CRS changes, ISO representative changes. The last person I had was out of California. So there were some changes within their own organization. And the recertification we did in September, and we didn't get results almost to August of the next year. So it took us that long, and I have email threads showing that we've been trying to stay on top of that to find out where we were lacking, what we need to do. But they also went through changes.
Right.
And so we didn't get that data until later in time.
Gotcha.
But yes, we are working on it, and yes, we are.
So they have been working on it for over the years, since you've been sitting in there. It's just, it's a slow process.
Yeah, sometimes it's out of our control.
Right.
But yes, we are
Multiple
looking
government
to.
entities.
Yes.
That a surefire slow things down.
I think there's a new sheriff in town, and maybe things will be moving along better, right?
Sound like they're moving?
Yep.
Go ahead, Brian.
I forgot what I was. Okay. On to the next one, Ashley. This is the 400 series, the mapping and regulations. These are the different sections: floodplain mapping, open space preservation, higher regulatory standards, flood data maintenance, stormwater management. Those are the activities in the 400. The 400 series focuses on mapping and regulatory activities to enhance flood risk management and community resilience.
Is this where the Forerunner would come into play? Do you know what category would fit?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I don't think it's in the 400.
And I think it's actually spread over a number of these. if I
Yeah,
remember the
because each
presentation
activity
right.
can you've got elevation certificates, so that's in your section 300. You've got different areas, and we've got all the documentation that we collect. We have to put those numbers on there on where we think that they. So one document, like our newsletter that we send out
The hurricane
the
newsletter,
hurricane
right.
newsletter, we have that under, I think it's 4 or 5 different categories. So it depends on what you're doing and what
Right.
you can gain 100 points off of just having Forerunner by doing the different things that it entails or that it holds.
You get a base, just having the software without any
Correct.
configuration at all. And that's
Correct.
probably one section. And as you do things within Forerunner, that's when it expands. Because the possible points out of Forerunner is pretty
You
astronomical.
mentioned elevation certificates, and you mentioned we got 38 points for construction certificates, but nothing for elevation certificates.
Well-
and you maintain those here.
And
So
so
somehow
elevation certificate, since this has been separated out. So when we do our annual recertification, elevation certificates get sent separately. You have to be 100% compliance.
So in other
There's
words, you
no-
have to have one for every home or building, otherwise you get 0 points.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And it has to be 100% correct. Because if the elevation certificate is not 100% correct, they kick it back and you have 2 chances to get it back. So if that elevation certificate is not accurate, I've got to get in touch with the surveyor who gave me that certificate for that construction, right, for that home being built, and let them know, hey, this is not proper, this is
Right.
not correct, you've got to fix this, wait for them, send it back, and then I send it off.
But this is the example I'm trying to emphasize. Here's a situation where we're never going to get a point. Why bother? the work if you're not going to get the
We
point.
have, because we're always going to have construction.
No, I agree, construction, but you don't need to maintain an elevation certificate if you're never going to have 100% of them. You're wasting your time.
But what do you mean by 100% of them?
You just told me
It
you have
depends.
to have 100%.
We could submit 2. It doesn't matter. There's no number on elevation certificates to submit. You don't have to have, you have to
Okay.
have 100% completed. It has to be 100% in compliance.
In other words, the certificate has to be compliant,
Correct.
individual.
Correct.
But we've not gotten a single point for an elevation certificate.
That's not true.
That you just, if you backed up, you only showed for 310 38 points for the construction, nothing for the elevation.
Well, the 38 was the max, wasn't it?
No,
Or is it
38 is the max for
38 is
construction.
what we earned. Average points earned are 838. The maximum credible points possible are 116.
Oh, the average is the
Right.
same as that. Yeah.
But we only received 38. That means we've missed the mark on post and pre-firm amounts. Okay, but maybe we can take this offline. The reality is I'm interested in people focused on things that we can accomplish rather than things that we can never accomplish. And if we've never accomplished a point, why are we wasting the time, right?
Well, I think we have, and just I think it was maybe some miscommunication there. When correct if I'm wrong, but we get points because we do collect the elevation certificates.
We have to do those.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
we have to do that.
That's not.
Yeah. And so we do get points for having them. I think what you were saying was that they have to be 100% accurate, not that we have to have an elevation certificate for every property.
That's correct.
So,
That's correct.
So the ones we have to be 100% to get.
Which is
And we're only submitting elevation certificates for new construction. We're not submitting elevation certificates for construction that's already out there built. It's only for new construction. So if we only submit 2 elevation certificates, we only get points for those 2 elevation certificates.
Okay.
But they have to be 100%.
When a property changes hands, you have to get one. I'm pretty sure to close. I had to get one on my house.
You can use the old one if
You-
there
yeah.
is.
Well, there's one existing, yes.
Yeah, but that's not one that we submit. That's not new construction.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because obviously we had a firm change. This might be going down a rabbit hole, but we had a firm change where my house in particular, I used to be in a wave action AE,
In a limois.
and they removed me from that. So that's changed my elevation because of zone change or whatever. That automatically makes my elevation certificate inaccurate because of that map change. Is it incumbent upon the city to go out and fix that?
Because yours isn't new construction, so you don't need it.
Well, right, but it's still the city houses that elevation certificate, and
If you're going to raise your home, if you're going to add on to your home, if you're going to do some type of construction that's going to require that, then that's different.
so until that action happens, it doesn't matter what my elevation certificate has because I'm not doing anything with it.
Correct.
So really, these point values are only based on new stuff, and so which I find it difficult to believe that how these things are not accurate. That doesn't make any sense to me. And why is it incumbent upon the city to fight with engineers or whatever, say, hey, this isn't right? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why? Strange. I guess it is what it is, but.
Okay, so those are the 400 series. The next slide shows you the breakdown of where we're at, hence what you were talking about, Mr. Mueller. So in flood mapping hazard, our maximum allowable points are 802 and the city has 60. For 20 open space preservation, you can gain 2870. That's 2,870 points. We have 127. 430, the higher regulatory standards. So some of the things that were discussed tonight, some of the things that we have a ability to acquire 2,024 points, and we have 276 points.
A quick question. This is fascinating information. So we had a brief conversation about Pasco having more open space, and so they got higher point values. I would assume that this maximum credits possible that any entity, regardless of size, could achieve that maximum point value. Is that correct? So we could, even though we've got less open space at Pasco, we could achieve 2870 based on our smaller open space, right?
Yeah. Open space preservation, what does that mean? Acquire property. Acquire property, keep it open.
We got the Audubon in there? That's a large.
We should.
We've got the Audubon in there. We've got all of our parks in there.
How about the well fields?
And all of that is open space.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So these are the kinds of
So,
things that
yes,
we
we
want to
have-
make sure that we
yeah.
double check, because there's things, what about, you know,
Sometimes severe repetitive loss homes that are in the severe repetitive loss area. Acquiring those homes, the city can purchase those homes, tear them down, and keep them as drainage, keep them as open space, keep them as retention.
Well,
That's all of that. Acquire open space is huge. Those two right there are huge. Higher regulatory standards. When you cut back on certain things, whether it's the 50% versus 45%, whether it's 2 foot freeboard or 4 foot of freeboard, all of those things are higher regulatory standards. And the more we keep taking away at it, it takes those points away. But there is a maximum of 2,000 points that we can acquire there.
If I could make a suggestion, I don't want to drag this on for probably warrants maybe a workshop on some of these, but if we could identify, this would be an example, that we have open space preservation, a maximum of 2870. We're only getting 127. The average is 500. That's a huge gap. That's a huge opportunity.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's pull a few of those out, and even the higher regulatory standards.
I have a map. I have a map of the open space and the credits that we get that I can send to you. And I could break each one of these, even if it's going to take us several months to go through each one of these so that you could fully understand it and where we stand.
Well, I think it might be beneficial that if we pick out a section of these that are huge opportunity, we have a workshop and we talk about, what can we do to enhance our point value, because obviously we're severely lacking on some of these, and
Sure.
it might be something
Absolutely.
relatively easy for the council to opine on, and we can shore that up.
Yeah.
well, more importantly, it seems we need some feedback from the governing body, because we're not getting the answers that we're looking for. How do we make an improvement here? And that was one of them that I had. I had a question on 2870 points, and we're getting 127. We can do much better. And a lot of the ground that is not owned by the city. It's built upon.
Sure.
But the city's got a large portion of acreage there, and if you include Warner Springs Park too, that's within the city limits, I believe, too, and all the city properties. We want to make sure that those things are all dealt with,
Accounted for.
and I think part of that is you have to have maybe a deeded covenant to indicate that this won't be built for future
That's
use.
correct.
So maybe we don't have a covenant, and we just need to do some paperwork on it. I don't know. I'm just, thinking outside the box here.
On the bottom here, I wrote activities 420, 430, and 450, and 410 are areas that the city could focus on for more activity points. These measures are recognized in the community rating system and contribute to an increased score, ultimately leading to more points for the city. Activity 450 is stormwater management, can help the city earn more points by implementing and maintaining effective strategies to maintain and manage and control stormwater. This can include practices such as developing and enforcing green infrastructure solutions like rain gardens, permeable pavements, green roofs, installing retention and detention basins to capture and slow the flow of stormwater, enhancing drainage systems to reduce the risk of flooding. By reducing runoff and improving water management, the city demonstrates its commitment to reducing flood risks and improving resilience, in which additional points can be acquired. Okay, so the next slide, please. So these are points. These are points allocated for higher regulatory standards. These are different things. I know that we had discussed the point system and how and what you can acquire. The cumulative substantial improvement, I know that that's something we have discussed, but you acquire so many points, tracking cumulatively over 4 years or over 5 years, you get, the 90 points. These are just some examples of some of the things and some of the points that you can acquire. Reducing the threshold from 40 to 40%. From 50, you acquire 50 points. Reducing the threshold to 30%, you can acquire 70 points. The freeboard, that's something that you can also acquire hundreds of points. If we go to the 2 foot above, you acquire 200 points. So these are just some examples and some of the things that we have discussed over the time that I thought would be.
So just to point out, because this is actually real based on the ordinance we're going to be considering. So tracking improvements cumulatively over 5 years, 90 points. We don't track them cumulatively over 5 years, track them cumulatively over 1 year right now. So we're getting less than 90 for the 1 year look back that we have.
Right.
I don't know what that is, 70, 50, whatever the value is. But it's at the same time, so let's say we consider removing that, which is in the ordinance. But we also move to 2 feet above. We're gaining 100 points there. So that more than makes up for that change. Just
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, sometimes you
Incrementally.
can give or take, right? Depending on what you're doing. If you're removing the cumulative, right, you're going to lose those points, but yeah, you're going to gain it on the freeboard. So, it's a give and take, but 2,000 points, that's a lot of things that if we make the higher regulatory standards now, it's not something in the storm that people want to hear. And that's the reality of it, but for you to know that, yes, we can gain more points by doing that. Okay, next slide. This is the 500 series. This is the flood damage activities, the flood management planning. The maximum is 622. We're at 256. Activity 520, acquisition and relocation, 2250, 2,250 points. We have 45. 530, flood protection, 1,600 maximum points. We have 45. And 540, the drainage system maintenance, out of a possible 570, we have 95.
Could you go back one slide just to on the base freeboard? Is it 3 feet above? Is that the cap? They don't.
Yeah.
So one thing I wanted to ask, since we're going to be considering 2 foot, is if we should consider 3 foot. And the reason I ask that, because a lot of times when people raise their houses, they're raising enough to accommodate garage parking, right? So, and I don't know.
RV.
So they're probably, if somebody's raising their house, they're probably raising it above more than 3 foot anyway. I don't know it depends on where you're at, obviously, what your base flood elevation is.
We don't typically see 3 foot above BFE, but some jurisdictions, because of these hurricanes, are now going to 4 and 5 feet.
We have the lake house on Green that's in the process of being built. You might not know. I guess you know what that is. Because obviously it's a full garage into there.
That's about 3.
And I believe it's probably 3 or even more, maybe. Because like I said, I wish Mike was here because he'd probably know. Like I said, it doesn't cost much more to raise it a little bit more, and you actually get use out of the underneath of it. So maybe it's worth go ahead and considering 3 foot as opposed to 2 foot, and just go ahead and get the extra 100 points while we're doing it. But anyway, we can talk about that.
So it varies.
What's that?
Mine's 5. It varies.
You'd have to go.
5 foot max minimum, at least. Yeah, it's got to be raised.
So
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you would have to raise yours 5 foot to get it to the 2 foot or the 1 foot.
The 2 foot, I believe it is.
Okay, so
but
and 5 foot, you would probably raise
elevation, it must be raised a minimum of 5 foot for code.
Right, and so you probably wouldn't raise it 5 foot. You go ahead and raise it 6 or 7, so you can park a
Or
car.
another 3 feet, you can park a car.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Is most time people, they're not just going to rate. Now some people would, but there's a minimal cost just to go ahead and get it to where you can actually use that space for parking. And so what I'm saying is that's probably something we could do to get some points that doesn't really impact people in a negative way at all, unless they're really just scrimping every dime they got just to get them to that, and I don't know what a foot would cost, and it's just another row of block.
Well, my neighbor across the street has a crawl space, So his house is already sitting on blocks, and he's a 1 foot under, so he can raise his house another foot, and he'd meet the criteria.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to raise it any more than that.
Yeah, the expense is so large to raise them that once you get them in the air is the expense. How high you put them is
He's already
really
got a crawl space. It's not
minimal
that
at that point.
expensive as a slab, obviously. He's already elevated, so he just jack it up a little bit more and put more
All
blocks.
the work and money is in getting on those
Well, the
things to raise.
plumbing and so forth would be a little bit, yeah.
Well, the real analysis is, do you knock it down and start new and deal with a different footprint?
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Is it comes a thing you decide maybe I just build on top of, take the roof, I'll build on top of it, and turn my lower level into parking at that.
Can't do that.
What I
Yeah, you
understand,
can't.
I've
No, you
spoken to
can't.
them.
Now, yeah.
No, you
But
can't.
that's what they're suggesting, that's what they're suggesting down south that they're doing.
I
Instead
tried
of
to do that.
elevating it, they're just putting a second story on, and then.
Converting the bottom to a garage.
You do that.
Converting the bottom to open.
You gotta tear the whole structure down. You can't build on top of a current structure because your assessed value, you're going over 50% of your assessed value of your house when you do that. You got, they want you to tear it down.
There's no 50%. You can put as much money in the house you want if you mitigate out of flood range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to get an engineer to say that your
Well,
home,
yeah.
that you
I tried
can,
to
we
get a
do have
permit
a
to do
couple
that.
of residents.
I
that
tried to
do
get a
that.
permit to do that.
Some might not support a second structure, correct? But
Yeah.
they could.
But if an engineer says that your house can hold that weight, we do have a couple people that are going to do that.
You just got to weigh the
And they
options.
just build and then just make
Yeah,
the
well,
bottom
that's
space.
the thing. They couldn't put pillars inside of it. They wouldn't let me do that. They had
Yeah.
to tear this. You have to tear it down and put new pillars in.
Yeah. And even a tear down might be more economical than
Yeah,
raising it.
probably.
It's
A lot
every
of-
situation is different.
You can elevate a current house, like Perez says, for $200,000 to $300,000. A new house under the same square footage elevated is going to cost you about $600,000.
Yeah.
It's twice as much.
And
to
just
build
so
a
you
new house
know,
right now.
we did have a meeting with FEMA today for 2.5 hours, and I did ask the question because I've had a lot of people asking, a good handful of people asking about contractors who try to raise their homes. So a lot of people in the community are wanting to raise their homes. It's just not financially. It's just astronomical. The prices are just astronomical. And I did ask them, and FDEM, Florida Department of Emergency Management, was also on the call with us to see if, from the state, to see if they were working with any type of contractors or any type of resources that we could give to people that they can contact to try to help people to elevate their homes. Ultimately, this is what FEMA wants. This is what we want. This is what homeowners want. They just can't afford it.
Mike Perez has talked about that.
And so I asked about that, and unfortunately, FEMA really doesn't get involved with that, and the state, it's way above her level. She did state. So, I mean, we did ask those questions today to FEMA to see if they could give us some kind of assistance, because I don't have anybody to give them to other than just general contractors that are probably charging them an arm and a leg at this moment in time to raise their home. So activity 520 deals with the acquisition and relocation of properties prone to frequent flooding. This activity focuses on buying flood-prone properties, as we were discussing earlier, and either demolishing the structures or relocating them to safer areas. The goal is to remove or reduce the risk of flood damage in high-risk flood zones. Earning more points will contribute to a lower flood insurance premium for our residents. Activity 530 is another activity that the city will be looking closely to gain us more points. This activity deals with non-residential flood proofing and protecting building utilities from flood damage and reducing damage from localized flooding.
Hardening our infrastructure stuff, the lift stations and that kind of comes under here, Matt, I guess. That we're working on. Yeah, that's a big opportunity to gain in there as well, looks like.
Okay, next slide. This is the 500 series and the 600 series. I kind of combined some of these together. Some of the 500 we've already discussed. The 600 series is the warning and response time. This was just some information that I put here. Emergency warning decimating flood warnings, flood response operations, preparing and implementing flood response plans. And the next slide tells us where we're at there. Our activity 610, flood warning and response, we have a maximum credible points of 395. The city is at 255. And we have no levees and dams, so we didn't receive any points for those.
So there are things that you get points for that you won't be able to get if you don't have certain
Correct.
things. Yeah.
Correct.
So maybe open spaces we couldn't achieve 2875 or whatever it was.
You probably can't achieve 2,000 points, but if you buy a property or 2 properties or 3 properties, you may
We'll start growing.
be able to get 400 points or something.
Sure.
You know, something is better than 45 or 20. But yeah. So this is just a summary. Like I said, these are just 13 slides I put together of our more pertinent information to give you an idea. Each activity it's in depth. Like Mr. Mueller had said, it is a 600-page manual. It is a full-time position. It's a full-time job just working on CRS. That's unfortunately, to answer your question, we do the best we can. We're trying to move forward to work on these things, but it does take. It is a big undertaking to have that and to be part of that program.
Yeah.
So,
Can we maybe bring this also to the Coastal Resilience Committee, this information? Whether it just be a copy of the slides or
Oh, that'd be a good
Veronica,
idea.
or Veronica wants to come. I don't know if next meeting is a good one, I know, but if you want to look at that, Matt, and talk to Carl about that, this might be a really good resource to also give to him.
Carl Roth is also one of our stakeholders
Oh, good, perfect.
For the PPI. So he's going to be part of this. Mike, I can name them if you like. I have Mr. Starkey. I have Sean Poole. I have Mike Perez. I have Tammy Varana. We have Carl Roth. And I have 2 people from the county that I don't know. I'm sorry, but we have 2 people from the county that are also stakeholders, and we will meet anywhere from 3 to 4 times a year to go over projects. Like I said, our first meeting is January 22nd at Pasco County's EOC. We will be meeting there to introduce the program and kick off with that.
Yeah, I think it would be really a wonderful thing to bring it back to coastal resilience, since a lot of this is crossing over to over to that
Yeah, the
team.
work you all be doing will equate to points. So, yeah. Thanks, Veronica, for all that information. Great presentation. Appreciate that, and also for your diligence in working with that. It's important stuff that at the end of the day could bring significant savings to the residents of the city. So, with that, I will open up for a motion or discussion. Just a quick thing on language. On page 91, on that first whereas clause, if you go down to the third to the last line, where it says for the purpose of participating, it should be for purpose.
Thank you.
And then I know I have some interest in discussing about the non-conversion stuff in here, but I'll open the floor to you guys first.
Why don't we just scroll through the document?
Sure. So if we go down through the document, the first red line is on page 93, 94, which is a date change, and so nothing really there. And again, I don't, while we're looking at this, there may be other things in here that aren't changing that are in there now we might want to address. So don't feel constrained to the red lines, obviously.
Just on 91, going back to that, when you read on the 5th line from the top, that addresses the base flood elevation of 2 feet you had talked about. So I don't know, possibly going to 3 feet. I know that was just offhand comment, but
we could.
But I don't know if we do this, are we stuck with this until we do another resolution and it goes like,
Another-
so that's why I
another
just wanted to bring that up.
ordinance.
That's
Yeah,
easier.
well, why don't we, that's a good point. Why don't we, since I brought that up, whatever.
It's what's in that whereas clause is later in the document in red line.
Okay, oh, it is red line.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
thank
doesn't,
you.
it doesn't point out any specific number.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you keep going, you'll find it.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you.
okay, we
That's
cover
just
when we
kind
get
of
to
telling the history of why we're doing what
Yes,
we're doing.
thank you.
that.
We have page 91.
Yeah, 91, if you see something on there.
I'm on page 95 as well. I got
Okay,
a
so,
question on.
so,
Who is our floodplain manager, administrator?
That's your building official.
Building official.
Is it the building official? Okay. And the only question I have is here we have a contractor doing the work that probably should be an employee. And we're in a situation right now, and I understand that. Is there an intent to move forward with potentially staffing a full-time building official?
or along the same lines, does the floodplain administrator have to be the building official? If in a contractual relationship, could that be somebody else within on staff?
I don't know.
Yes. Both.
Right.
Yes, both.
If we're gonna hire somebody.
Floodplain
So
contract.
I think
plan to hire a new building
I
official?
think that is our long-term goal.
Like next year, 2 years, 5 years, or next week?
That is our long-term goal. And it's,
Long-
we
Don't like
had
that
it, we had it,
I think it's posted, isn't it, or was?
we had it posted, we've received one resume.
Oh,
So I'd love to hire someone tomorrow. But,
Okay.
And if I may, just to add some to that, we represent many cities, and many cities' building officials are resigning. It's a little bit overwhelming right now to be a building official. So many cities that have had building officials are now doing the same thing the city is doing in contracting.
Well,
And
Okay,
currently,
that means there's more people out there to hire.
they are walking away
they
from
don't
their job right now.
They don't want
Or-
it back.
because it's a difficult
or
position.
Right now
they're
it's tough.
going to the contractors. So
well, part of that obviously decision would be, is it more advantageous from a cost perspective to contract it or have one in-house? I think the question is there, do that analysis obviously and see maybe it's better off to contract.
Being where we're located, we should have one in-house, I believe.
Well,
It should be full-time because of the flood management aspect as well.
I think though, again, kind of, because there was a couple different questions there. So I think from the standpoint of, the long-term desire is to have an in-house building official. I think a long-term goal would also be a standalone floodplain manager, someone that's not the building official. Because again, I think, the role of the building official is a little bit different and than of a floodplain manager. And so we do it in the past because that's what we did. I don't know if that's the right thing to do. I mean, honestly, again, keep going back and forth with all of this. That was during the budget, we were looking at bringing on someone to be kind of the second person underneath the building official that would be an inspector. And again, I think there was conversation that person could then also be the floodplain manager. So the building official wouldn't be doing that. So
Does that skill set translate into kind of planning?
Well, yeah, I mean,
well, I think in Florida, the answer is no. I think more floodplain managers have been engineers than planners. Where I've been in other states, that's not the case. It's usually a planning position. So again,
I mean, it's
in
up to a
Florida,
hybrid type.
yeah, in Florida, it's different than other states. But again, the important piece is going through the process to become a floodplain manager.
Well, you're going to hire two people. As an example, you're going to pay a floodplain manager $40,000-$50,000 as an example, and you're going to have a zoning official paying him $40,000-$50,000. Why don't you hire a real good guy that can do both for maybe $80,000 and keep him and take care of that guy? He can take care of us, and he's get a knowledgeable guy that can handle that.
Yeah.
well, I think we paid our last building guy over 100.
Well, I'm just using example
And
numbers.
I don't know what the sum of the parts are with our contractor, but if you add up all his time, and now he's working, 5 days a week now?
Mhm.
Because we have the volume.
Yeah.
But when you do that, it's probably going to come out to more than 100.
Well, say over $100,000 plus benefits. I think
Yeah,
you could
well, I
hire
think we
somebody to
were-
do that.
when I looked at it and what we have in the budget, I think is somewhere around 150-ish thousand for,
Fully loaded.
yeah.
I know
fully
all
loaded.
about that. I can do that.
There you go.
Take that, John.
There you go. Well, so we're off topic.
Yeah.
So if we bring it back into the resolution or the ordinance, there's not anything in the ordinance that specifies it has to be the building official. It's a designated person by you, right? So we're good there. The next thing where it was red line was 94, just a date again, going down to
Well, and I would say on 95 though, page 95, 10963, the designation, it's the building and zoning official is designated as floodplain district.
okay. So so maybe we should put language in there that the city manager has the ability to appoint that
Or designate.
designated.
Well, he can delegate too, so.
Building official or designate.
Well, then that would mean that the building and zoning official would have to do the designation, and maybe they won't do that. I would think city manager should. I mean, I'd rather give Matt the power to.
So then as designated by the city manager.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll agree. Consensus on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got that. Give Matt a little power. He likes that.
Boy.
Okay. Thanks for pointing it out. 95, so 96, and then the red line's on 97, where we took out the looking at previous permits. This has to do obviously with the look back.
97.
Yeah, page
I'm
97.
on 96.
So 96. Okay.
Well, 96, 97. That's the substantial improvements, substantial damage determinations. That's the part you're talking about.
Yeah. Now it's on 96. It does talk about estimated market value and all that, which is there's some red lines addressing that coming up. So unless there's anything specific about that you want to talk about.
I want to make sure that we have a substantial damage, substantial improvement definition in here. And I think it appears later
That
on.
comes later.
Yeah.
So
good there.
Yeah.
Moving on down to the next set of red lines, unless somebody else sees something, is on page 100.
Page 98.
98.
Floodplain management records.
Page did you say you're on?
98, yeah. With floodplain management records, are we in compliance with all of this? And these are permanent records, so that means there is no expiration date. We maintain them forever, right?
That's correct.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. So that's some red lines on 100.
Well, I'm on page
Okay, well,
99. Permits required. In our permit process, do we have a published process for obtaining permits so that we can convey that information to the residents so they know the process to go through and obtain a permit? And it's published somewhere.
We have that on our website.
Well, it didn't. Seems like there's other things that I've heard people going back and being asked for this and
There's
another
a
document.
Q&A. There's a section that we just updated, I think yesterday, a Q&A report, questions and answer report.
Okay.
It's the first link in our development services tab.
Right.
That explains what needs it, what doesn't need it. Yeah.
You haven't shared that document yet.
No, it's,
No, I mean the document that I sent.
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back around on that one.
Yeah. I think there's, with this, we haven't been issuing this. We've kind of, historically, floodplain permits have been a part of the building permit. And so this is one of the things that, again, was brought to our attention working with the state and FEMA that any construction, any development activity in the floodplain does require a permit. And so there's things that we don't require permits for right now. For instance, flooring. We wouldn't require that.
Is that a development activity?
In the floodplain, that would be an improvement that would require a floodplain permit. So I think the answer to the question is that there is a little bit more of a process we have to go through in terms of that that we haven't done in the past, and I think what you're talking about addresses that.
Yeah.
So is that development activity? Those kind of things? Because this is specific to undertaking a development activity within the scope of the chapter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that. Again, I don't know terminology. I don't see development as being changing floor out.
I have to research the Florida Building Code to
Yeah.
answer.
So-
There's more than in the.
Well, because the Florida Building
Right.
Code specifically excludes stuff
Right.
like that.
I'd have to look at the what's behind these words, to answer that more fully.
And I know there's stuff further down I was actually going to comment on, but while we're here. So to me, when I read this, it seems like we're talking about building something new. And then if it's in a floodplain, you have to get the permits, even if it's excluded from the
Okay, so when you go to page 111, development means any man-made change to improved or unimproved real estate, including but not limited to buildings or other structures, tanks, temporary structures, temporary or permanent storage of equipment or materials, mining, dredging, filling, grading, paving, excavations, drilling operations, or any other land disturbing activities. So change to improved or unimproved real estate, including but not limited to buildings or other structures.
So you're thinking that encompasses pretty much anything. You paint your wall. Potentially.
Well, back to that. These are things that you're trying to track that are untrackable. A lot of these. Painting a room. Painting the exterior of a building. Laying sod in your yard. Those are all things that need to be cycled through and counted, is what you're saying, right?
Not anything outside, no.
Well, if it's
Well,
fill,
changes the.
if it's fill,
Yeah. If it's fill.
again, in only in the
End zone.
right, only in
A or B.
the flood hazard area.
Yeah, I struggle with the wording of this, and I'll lean to my legalese over here. They say that they make a very broad statement, means any man-made change to improved or improved real estate, okay, including but not limited to, and then they really lifts out some heavy hitter stuff. So it almost seems like we're being overly broad, but we want to kind of keep it in context of these bigger things like buildings and structures and tanks, storage of equipment, materials. It seems like, again, it says not limited to, but I don't know why you would specifically call these things out, because if you just leave that first sentence, means any man-made change to improve or improve real estate, that covers everything. So why do you need to do any other clarification in there?
Again, I don't know where the definition originates. I don't know if it comes from something else.
That was my next question, too.
So maybe it may be coming from an entity that this is what this definition is going to be, and we're adopting that. So that's my first caveat. I don't know that.
And it's just something that actually this is our code, then we would have flexibility to hone in on.
And that's what I don't know. So I don't know if the city created the definition at some point, or if it was a process that they from a state definition. So that's my first thing. So but the broader question is sometimes what you try to do when you're trying to give a definition is you could just do the one first sentence, but you're trying to give people an idea of what you mean. You don't want to not say limited.
Exactly.
Not limited just to this, because there may be something that hasn't been discussed or thought of, and when you guys have already seen it, as soon as you give a specific definition, someone's going to find something different that you intended to include in there, but you didn't say it specifically. So you want to give them the idea so they understand the intent, but not, tie your hands behind your back.
Yeah, and that's exactly my point, is the intent here to include flooring and paint and all these mundane things. Clearly someone says that first, but they come out and they kind of lead you to believe it's not about that. So I would like, because this is a hot topic, and obviously the problem, as Dave mentioned, is how in the world do you even track this? I mean, people aren't going to come to the city and say, "Hey, can I paint my house?
Not
Can
only
I paint my
track it.
room? Can I?"
Are we going to charge people for this now?
Well, that's a whole other story.
No, it's part of the same story.
Well, I mean, that's where the first step is whether it's free or there's charge to it. There's oversight. So if it's something that we're going to oversee and we have to be involved in the process, then you have charges or not or whatever. But the first thing is, how are we going to ensure this is even followed? And it seems overreaching to me.
I think your first question is this the definition that the state has said this is the definition? And if it is, that's what we're stuck with. And
let's clarify that.
And we have to do our best to do our job.
Right.
Okay.
And I will also point out, and as we see down, I got it highlighted, that it also talks about that, and it actually talks about what's not in the Florida Building Code. It calls that out too. So if I look at it in context of all that, I almost wonder and we'll get to that. So let's roll down. When I get to that, I'll point that out.
So,
if I could real quick,
sure.
That definition pretty much tracks with the definition of development according to FEMA.
Which definition?
Development.
Development.
See.
Thank you.
and that was under section 1.
Mm-hmm.
This is in their
Page 111, page 111,
National Flood Insurance
Right
Program.
smack in the middle of the page.
Okay.
And that's what I was assuming. So the changes that you're seeing today are from FDEM. They're not from me. They're not from Veronica that I know of. These are things the state has recommended to help with the numbers that Veronica was going over. So my guess is a lot of what you see in here, that's where it originated. But we can obviously verify that.
Do we have to regurgitate the same information so they change it? We got to go back and change it. Can't we just make a reference to something else?
Well, I think the reference is needed because it dovetails right back into our community rating system. We got to have these definitions. We got to say what we're going to do, and then we got to verify that we're doing.
Well, no, but if you reference another entity's,
I think why we usually do that, we even sometimes you'll see we reference the building code or some other source, but we still, even statute, we reference a statute, but we put the wording in your code is to make it easier for your citizens to go, what do I need to do? Yeah. Lawyers love going, look at section B. Oh no, go to look section 152 and go back and forth, but you don't want, if you can help it, to have a citizen continually, and the building official or anybody else that comes into your town, you have someone as your building official now that hasn't been here before. He's learning this. Make it as easy as you can for everybody. So that's why we do it that way.
But the problem is, as things evolve over time and smaller municipalities or whatever, they don't keep up with that because it's easy. It's here. If we aren't, it seems like the only time we should really do anything in here is if we're going to make it more rigid than what's, not just regurgitate the same information, because they change that, then we got to go out and strike it or change it. It becomes administrative nightmare. But anyway,
I'd like to make a comment based partially on this subject and a little bit off subject, if I could.
Sure.
So anyway, I was wanting to discuss this before the meeting, but I think it's not only a suggestion, I think it's kind of our obligation that we should have a City of Newport Richey emergency or flood plan handbook for all of our citizens. I think it would be beneficial for Matt and Gary and Newport Richey Police if all of our citizens are on the same page as us, and the handbook could get into what to expect with tornado, fire, flood, who to call, how to prepare, do's, don'ts, how permits change under emergency management, and how, what, like a lot of people don't understand, they probably know to turn the power off, but you should also turn the water off on your toilets, flush them and put a towel in them, plug up your toilets and showers, so when you have a little bit of a flood, it could be 1 or 2 feet. If it's fresh water, it's a whole different cleanup than if you got raw sewage in your house, and that'll eliminate most of it or all of the sewage in your house if you do little things like that. So a lot of little notes like that, as well as contacts, what to expect from FEMA. Some of this stuff here would be good having that handbook so the citizens are prepared for this and they know who to contact. Have patience, don't panic, and what we can do for them and what they can do for themselves. Do's and don'ts during the emergency management.
I think
a little bit
we
different under
some flavors of that.
There was the hurricane newsletter, and he also.
Well, that's kind of a generalization.
Yeah.
It's
There may
not
be
a
some enhancements to it that we can do for sure.
Right, and I think everybody in this room, citizens as well, all of us have ideas through this experience, and I'd like to sit with Gary and the police department, what they can help contribute to this, that can help them, citizens know how to react with them and everything. And if we could put something like this together before hurricane season, I think the citizen would appreciate it. I think it would make it easier for all of us. We could put something just for the city, contacts and do's and don'ts that we expect from them.
Good point.
Okay. So we skipped ahead to 100 something. So I'll go back to 95, 96. We're all good there. 97, we had a strikeout. That was for the look back. 98, 99. I think now we're caught up. So on page 100.
Just for an FYI on the look back, the maximum points there were 90
for a 5-year look back. That's right.
Well, for a look back, yeah.
For a 5-year look back. If you hit less than 5, you get less than 90.
Yeah. So we're not giving them much.
No, that's correct. And so there was a few changes on item number 8. So this is where it talks about the non-conversion stuff.
They're enclosed area, elevated buildings.
So I know I've asked some questions about the non-conversion, and I have concerns. Again, it may be outside of our hands from a FEMA perspective, but the conversations I've had, if I elevate my home and I use grant money, well, then it makes some sense for FEMA to say, okay, well, we're going to pay 75% via grant, but you have to sign this non-conversion agreement. You're not going to do anything down here. Makes sense, right? But for those folks that let's say maybe I just outright pay to elevate my house, and I want to be able to do some things underneath there. I have to sign a non-conversion and say I won't do that, and I have a problem with that. And I understand why FEMA wants us not to allow that, and that is because I sell the house and somebody thinks, oh, it's able to insure it or whatever, and there's probably a gap here. It's probably outside of our ability to make a change. But to me, I would be able to do whatever I want within reason to my property, under the understanding that I'm at my own risk, right? So if I want to finish my downstairs and I want to put an office in, it's all garage, but I want to put an office in, and I can't insure it. If I lose that in a flood, I can't. It should be restrictions on there. I can't get any FEMA assistance for it. It's my loss. At the end of the day, I should be able to do that, or anybody else in that situation. You'll be able to do with your property certain things, but because there's this tie to insurance and they're wanting to mitigate that, they lump everybody into this, and so they say, okay, nobody can do anything in their downstairs, when really it should be a little more loose than that, I think. And again, I don't know what wiggle room we have to be able to.
Well, so you would have to come in and apply for a building permit, get a zoning or the floodplain administrator to approve it. You can't put living space in that area.
Well, but why is that? Again, the reason why is because of the insurance risk.
It's not insurable anyway.
But
it's not.
I think there's a question there.
It's not. I'll tell you right now, it's not, because I got that scenario, and they only cover things at my above base elevation.
Yeah. So that being said, what is the reason why you can't do anything when you're downstairs if you aren't being covered for it anyway? What's the
point?
If you think about from a numbers, I mean, if we get permit fees for allowing people to do that, they're buying lumber and stuff from Lowe's. I mean, it's economic advantages, right? Again, when it all floods and that on their own dime, if they want it, it's economy.
Then they put it out at the curb, and we have to pick it up, and then we ask FEMA to reimburse us for what we just picked up.
That's a good point. There's that cost to dispose of it for them. Yes. But that's a good point. I thought of that. That's probably the only thing that's.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, in the meeting today with FEMA, they were, as related to the non-conversion, they view that. Correct me if I mistake this, but they view that more as an education and awareness piece. That it's not that important to them whether you have require non-conversion, because what they clearly said was you can't do that anyways in that area. You can't develop, can't build in the flood hazard area. So, you know, where you could say that okay, you don't need the non-conversion agreement, but you still can't do it. You can't get a permit to do it.
Right. All right. So what about all the homes that have already been built? Are we going back and have we collected any non-conversion agreements on any properties? Some. Only when they come in and try to get a bill to do something else to their house. And then you ask them for the non-conversion agreement and you won't. And if they don't give that, then they can't get a permit to put windows on their second story, right?
We should have a moratorium.
The way the code is currently written, ignore the red lines. So the way the code's currently written, it says for projects, it's hard to read without the red lines, I know, but for projects proposing to enclose areas under elevated buildings need to include the non-conversion agreement. So
if you're already enclosed,
if someone comes in asking to enclose it, you can ask for the non-convert. Well, let me start. You can ask for anything you want at any time, right? Any of us can. But to get a permit, as the code's written right now, if you're proposing to enclose areas under elevated buildings, you would need to give a non-conversion agreement.
Okay.
As it's proposed to be changed, the proposed change would be anytime you come in for a permit, if your structure is an elevated building.
If it's
an elevated building, if it qualifies as
right,
no matter what you're asking for, you'd be asked for a
so
non-conversion agreement.
you want a permit for your windows, you got to sign a non-conversion agreement. That's
or I want to put a new garage door in.
Right.
Anything. You want to paint your walls.
Yeah, I think that ought to be changed. I don't like the way.
And it's because of what we saw after these hurricanes.
Right.
Well, because you have people that have living space down there. So
They
how did
have apartments down there.
So let me ask you this. So we put this in place, and I know people that have this. I won't say names because they'd be mad at me, but they come in to replace their air conditioner, right? They're elevated, and we make them sign a non-conversion agreement based on this code. And there's living space down there. What does that mean? They have somebody go in there and tear it all out to the studs?
That's right. And that's their responsibility. If I had a 2-story house and I put a bedroom downstairs, a living area, that's on me. And I don't feel that we should have a moratorium on any new construction, remodels, any of that such thing in a disaster declaration. It should be solely, we want to do free permits. We don't want to charge for permits. That should just be for people that we need to get back into their house in their living area that was flooded. And then once that's lifted, then they can go back. I don't want people taking advantage. I think it should be lifted after that. But should have a moratorium on any remodels, new construction during a disaster declaration.
We did that.
Right. Okay.
No, we didn't have a moratorium.
No, but we said that there was
No permit fee.
There was no permit.
No.
No permits, right.
Right. But he's saying something else.
Yeah, remodel. Like if you have house wasn't flooded, it's free, no permit charge.
No,
No, remodel.
It has to be damaged.
Yeah, there has to be damage.
Yeah,
You have
well,
to-
It was supposed to have a.
Well, I don't think you should have a permit issued, period.
Well, time out. What if I want to get I need a new roof for my
Wait till
house?
everybody gets back in their house after the flood.
But it's raining in my house.
Well, that's different.
No, it's not. It's
Well,
part
then
of
you
the
can
same-
fix that.
Well, so I'm confused on what are you saying that because there was a disaster that we just wipe off all permit
We
fees?
stopped. No, he's saying
He's saying stop the permit.
No.
He's saying,
No.
he said if his house get damaged, but mine did
Oh,
not,
just no permits. You
then
fix it.
I can't get one
Oh.
because until.
You can't do that.
She shouldn't, even if you have to pay for permit, you're tying up contractors, you're tying up our building department. That's not necessary. It's not an emergency. Emergency declaration should be for
Yeah,
people
but-
that want to get their houses back.
Yeah, we don't have we don't have ability to waive permits. We have to.
Okay.
You can
Never
It's-
researched
I
change
know
the
a
cost
lot of
structure.
people
Instinctively, I think
are
that's probably no.
tying up the building department and contractors, and a lot of people weren't able to get those people to help them with their house because they're
people are
too
paying
busy
for those
doing that.
permits to
Right.
tie them up. That's what we're paying. Those are getting, actually generating money.
So coming back to the non-conversion.
So, go ahead with your.
Well, I don't like I said I don't like it. I don't like the
And it
ability.
gets worse from here because
Yeah,
then they get, if you look at the actual document, they have the right to come into your property at any time with 24 hours notice.
But isn't this a FEMA?
It's a FEMA
Can I-
request.
Request,
Okay,
not a
so
requirement.
if we do not have that, do we lose our rating completely?
Do we lose what?
No, because it's a request, not a requirement.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I will defer to the experts on the ratings, but I believe this is.
Because I
Non-conversion
thought,
agreements don't get PCRS points.
in conversation, I thought we were talking, when we were talking about these, that we didn't have them prior to.
Not
And we kind of got, I'm gonna say in trouble, but that's not what I mean. We got spoken to that we needed to get these to get a better CRS rating. Is that correct?
so non-conversion agreements is a higher regulatory standard. So that's one of the sections that we discuss where we can acquire those points. Doing away with it completely, we lose those points, right?
Okay.
So you do acquire points for them, but it doesn't mean that you're out of the CRS. Like Mr. Koppler had mentioned earlier, when we spoke to FEMA, it's an educational thing more than anything. Anything below the base flood should be nothing but storage. Open space, that's it.
Can you have an enclosed garage with a garage door?
You can.
Okay.
But you can't build a closet, you can't put a bathroom, you can't make it an apartment, you can't.
Put a dividing wall.
You can't do anything. You can't.
Yeah, I mean,
do construction down there.
25 years ago, we had a no-name storm. Some of you might not have been here. You were. And people woke up to knee-deep water in their house. So if you're in a flood zone, it could be a life safety issue for those people. If a flood comes in like that again, those are people that happened in the middle of the night. People woke up at 6 o'clock and got out of bed to knee-deep water. If it comes in fast, those people can drown in those houses.
But you're talking about a two-story, and what's gonna happen to all the one-story people anyway, same thing.
That's
Same
true.
thing.
But we're talking about 2 stories. Yes, the 1 stories it could happen to, but they're not elevated for whatever reason. We're talking about 2-story and the non-conversion thing. So, I mean, they're trying to make it a life safety issue to save people's lives. This is what the federal government is doing.
Well, I mean, I could set up, like, by code, I could have an open garage downstairs and I could set up an army cot and sleep in and wake up to knee deep water and drown or whatever. So it's not necessarily, I mean, obviously people need to take care of themselves. If there's an evacuation, they need to evacuate. And if they want to stay in their property, they have the right to do that. Again, we may have to rescue them. How much strong arming do we do to dip into people's ability to use their property how they see fit?
Now, she did say, the no-name storm, which nobody expected.
Right.
That was a non-warning thing, so.
Correct.
So that was a non-warning thing, but it's still no difference whether you got a 2-story or whether you got a 1-story, the water's coming in.
Yeah. The other thing that we said is that even if we don't require these things, it ain't like I can come in and get a building permit to say we don't have the non-conversion agreement. I can't come in and get a building permit to do jack squat in my lower level, right? It'd be denied. So
No, even on your house.
well, no, taking this non-conversion out, say we don't even ask for this. It's not like if we don't ask for it, we can do it, because we can't do it regardless. That's correct, right? You cannot do anything in your lower level, regardless of whether you have a non-conversion. It seems like this non-conversion is just to tie your signature and to get something on the tax record and on the property.
Florida codes allow you 300 square feet.
Yeah.
Or the lower level you can have as living area. It's not necessarily being insured, it's on you, but that's what they
So
told
does the
me.
non-conversion, like, you can't even have shelves in that lower level?
No, you
Yeah,
can
you
have
can have
storage up to 200 to 300 square feet.
They said air conditioned living areas.
You can't have air conditioning or plumbing or electrical storage.
Yeah, electrical is interesting too. You can have outlets in your garage.
I don't know.
I don't know. They said you could have outlets. They wanted them 6 feet off the ground. That's when I pulled my permit. This is all the stuff they told me.
Yeah. Well,
It
again,
might have changed since then, but
the problem we have here is there's not a whole lot we can do whether we like it or not. That's the problem. I don't like it. I think there's a lot of overreach in some of the stuff, and that's just stuff we're going to have to take up with Representative Congress. So,
All right, the way it's written today, it looks like they're going to request a non-conversion agreement on any permit for the property. on an elevated structure, whether it involves the second floor or not, or the garage or the top level.
Yeah. It is.
If I don't want to sign the non-conversion, do I still get a permit?
You don't get a permit anyway.
You can't do anything.
Okay, that's how I was asking.
Hold on. It depends on it depends on the way your code's written and what you're asking for. So
If we write it this way,
Right.
the answer is yes.
Yes.
If you get a permit to do an air conditioner, roof, or whatever, until you sign that agreement, you get no permit.
if
we
your
make
home
this change.
qualifies. So
Right.
if you're in an elevated
Structure.
with the proposed language, if you're in an elevated structure and you come for a permit for anything that you're allowed to have a permit for, you will be asked to sign the non-conversion agreement.
Okay, but I say no, so then I don't get a
Then you'll
permit.
get a
That's the
permit.
way. Yes, if you change the code.
You
Yes.
can't do anything. If we leave it the way it is,
Then it's not required.
they're not going to ask you for that because
Can we ask them, and if they refuse to sign it, still issue them a permit?
no.
Well, I'm asking-
You could do
ask.
that.
Yeah, you can ask. You can ask.
We could ask nicely for a non-conversion
Yeah,
agreement,
you
but it's
can
not
say-
required.
We don't have one on file for you. Do you mind doing this? And people might do it. They might not do it. Again, it's an
But you
educational
would have to
tool.
say it to them in a certain way, would you, so that you
What
weren't
you-
actually tricking them into signing it without them realizing what they were doing?
Yes, which I can't stand there and do that. But yes, we would. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there would have to be
Yes.
certain.
What is the reason? I mean, we have it a certain way, the way it's now. What is the reason to do this?
I believe the recommendation from FDEM to do this is to educate people that they should not have anything on the bottom level, because they do, and we know they did, and they do. And the prior language, from my understanding, was not implemented. So the city did not obtain the non-conversion agreements when they could have in the past when people closed the elevated area.
Well, if that's the case,
trying to catch up with what
can we just say, instead of requiring them to sign a non-conversion agreement, that we provide them with?
You can ask for.
I don't know about that. Just not even call it a non-conversion agreement. Just when they come in for a permit, oh, by the way, you're elevated, and you're not supposed to be doing anything on your downstairs thing, as a public service announcement. And there you go.
Well, can we go back?
Because that's what the goal is. The goal is not to get somebody to sign. I mean, this is.
I don't have a two-story house, but if I did, I wouldn't want to sign one.
I wouldn't either.
So I don't have one, but for Dave and other people that do, I wouldn't want to sign one of those.
And if we just go back to the language that it was originally written in, it says for projects proposing to enclose areas under elevated buildings include signed declaration of land restriction. Well, if you're not proposing to enclose anything under because it's already enclosed, it's kind of a moot point.
That's right. That's why.
Why don't we leave it the way it is? And then you don't, well, we're going to have to adjust some other things too, because I'm not in favor of this. And from what I've heard from other people that were approached with this same thing where they've asked, they don't like it either. They refuse to sign. So what it does is it takes away our rights as property owners.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't really take away your rights.
Yes, it does.
Not really, because you can't do it anyway. It just allows you to get permits, even though you could be a bad actor. You could be doing things down there that nobody knows about.
People do that anyway.
So
that's that.
So it's really this non-conversion agreement is just you signing something so you can't say, "Well, I didn't know."
And when you sell it, the person knows.
Then they know that when they buy it.
The second part, which hasn't been mentioned on even the original language, it also gets recorded. So people looking to maybe purchase your house or make, they know they're also educated about that.
Right.
That aspect.
So what do y'all want to do? Strike it?
I think we back up the truck or strike it. Yeah.
What's your all's thoughts? Strike it? What do you think?
I think strike.
And you're saying strike 8 totally?
No, but whatever.
I wouldn't like strike.
Are you saying strike 8 or
If it doesn't
revert
affect,
back
I mean,
to
I know it takes points away from, I apologize. Dave.
minimal points?
I understand that. I wasn't
Adds up,
clear.
though.
Yes. If
good.
it takes the points away from the CRS and we're willing to give that up, then that's fine. I think we still need to educate the people that they're not supposed to be putting stuff down there, theoretically.
Yeah, educate them for sure.
I know 90% of our residents, not only in Port Richey, but up and down the coast, have gotten stuff under there. So it's the way it is.
I say we strike it all together.
As long as they know that it's not allowed.
So you put that in the handbook.
We shouldn't not let them put a new AC in because they've got a bathroom down there for the pool.
Agreed.
That's ridiculous.
That is. So by consensus, can we just agree to strike 8 altogether and not require any non-conversion agreements, no matter what the case?
I'm okay with that.
Good. There you go.
Does that work for you guys?
She's like, oh, the points are disappearing.
It doesn't affect
you. Let me ask a question real quick. What do we have a lot of? Have we been asking before this event for non-conversion agreement?
No, we did not. We only use non-conversion for new, we only were using non-conversion agreements for new development.
Which is what the current code says.
Started doing it was after we walked around 2 days after the first hurricane hit. We found all of the residents. We saw the debris. It's all on the map. All the debris that was out there from people building below base flood elevation. So all they need to do is FEMA needs to drive around. Your garage is wide open. People in Harbor Point had it. People all over town had it, right? A couple of people I spoke to about it had complete bathrooms, bedrooms, apartments,
Air conditioning
units, everything that the city had no idea. So FEMA drives through here periodically, whether we know it or not. That garage door is open and they see that. Yeah, we're at risk. We're at a huge risk.
So
The reason we started to implement the non-conversion agreements, it's not to make people, you have to tell us what you're doing. No, it's for when you go to sell your house and that realtor doesn't care that there's living habitable space down there and it's not supposed to be there, and they sell your house, and the next person that comes in, the new family that comes to the building department not knowing that that's not supposed to be there because they're in a flood hazard area. They bought it that way. They didn't know that. It has no permits. There's electrical issues. They want to add to it. They want to do more things. And then we're telling them, you have to gut that out. That's not even supposed to be there. That was the purpose behind the non-conversion agreement. We have issued, we've had issued since October 1st, 331 hurricane permits. 331 permits we have issued.
And we're missing 4.
I think we have had,
right?
yeah. I think we have had maybe under a handful of people above base flood elevation that needed to do the non-conversion, of which I myself didn't have any of those handful of people argue about it. They said, you know what, I'm compliant anyway, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
You know, the most thing that they griped about is the cost that it took them to go record it, which was, I think, $30 at the county. So if you have a handful of people versus 3,000 residents or 800 residents in the city, right, or that are on slab on grade, or 500 residents that are out there, that's it's not a matter of nickel and diming or telling people what you can and cannot do. But if you're being compliant, it's not a problem. So from our standpoint, we'll do whatever you want. If you want to strike it, if you want to do it, whatever council decides, we'll follow.
Right.
But I can't say that I've had a lot of issues or complaints with that, other than 1 or 2 people that may have mentioned something. But
I have one more question. Insurance companies, for instance, I had a letter from the insurance company, unless I replaced my roof, which was 19 years old, they weren't going to renew me. A guy across from my son, insurance was going to drop him unless he dropped 3 pine trees and stuff like that. If the downstairs is enclosed, you might not know the answer. Could they drop an individual because the downstairs is enclosed?
Well, they drop it. They probably just tell you can't insure it. It's not insurable.
I can only.
Same thing to me.
Not drop. You still have insurance.
Well, you have insurance until you renew, and then you don't have insurance. I was not going to have insurance unless I paid $17,000 for a new roof. They were going to drop me.
Well, right. That's because it has an impact to your actual livable, insurable space. If it's not insurable space,
Well, that's what I'm at, that's the question I'm asking. I wasn't sure if that was,
I don't know.
and she might not know the
yeah, she
answer.
probably can't answer. I don't care.
We've had residents on both sides of that. Some insurance companies, they won't insure them. Once they see it's habitable, they make them rip it out. They don't do it. And then I've had people where they just have gotten away, but they've been living in that home for so long, and the insurance company doesn't come by every year.
Again, all this is not the city's problem, right? So it's buyer beware. If you're buying property in this area, you need to know, and I would think that it's in the real estate agent's code of ethics to disclose these things. It's just a flood hazard area. You can't do these things. This particular house that I have listed, this shouldn't be here, but it is. And so it's a bonus. If it floods, it's on your dime, and you won't be able to rebuild it. I mean, that's outside of our scope as a regulatory agency, in my opinion. So I go back to what we said. I think we strike it, and
Yeah, here's what I found in the manual regarding the points associated with this. First of all, they talk about building enclosures, breakaway walls, and all that. That's where the majority of the points are in this section. But it does talk about if regulations require that the owner of a building sign a non-conversion agreement that is filed with a deed and other property records, then 90 points if the community will inspect the enclosed area at least once a year, or 60 points if the community is granted the right to inspect the enclosed area at any time, or 30 points if the agreement does not mention inspections.
are you advocating to not strike it?
No, I'm advocating to strike
We
it.
have a consensus to strike it. We can move on. We can hash it out longer, but there's really no need. If we agree we should strike it, let's just strike it and move on. There's a lot of stuff to talk about
It's only
tonight.
8 o'clock. We got till
What?
midnight.
We fill that
Past my
time.
bedtime.
So, any opposed to striking language?
No. Okay.
It's struck.
So that's go.
All right, moving on to item. Let's see here.
Let me see where I'm at.
Nothing changing down to.
Page 1.
There's 110 has an appeal definition change. It takes out or a request for a variance.
Two different things. It shouldn't.
Yeah. So that's no big deal. Continue to roll.
Okay. 111
111.
is the land restriction. The form of the floodplain administrator to have this signed. Declaration of land restriction, non-conversion agreement means.
Yeah, so that's the definition. So I assume by the time we're done, we're going to be removing
Strike that
every
definition.
reference to non-conversion agreements.
okay.
I will just remove that.
Okay.
We're not doing it for new construction
No.
builds either?
Striking
We're
it.
not doing it at all.
No,
We struck the whole thing.
not for new construction, I would think.
That's striking the whole thing, does that? So if you want to leave for new construction, again, I don't see a need for it at all, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
But then,
We're not giving them a permit to do anything anyway. They come in and say, "Hey, I want to create this bedroom and this bar." No, you can't do it.
is it in the permit process?
Well, they can't get a permit for anything down below. All this non-conversion thing is saying, "Hey,
What's that?
I am encumbering my property
Exactly.
for henceforth that there
That's
will
on
never
them.
be any non-conversion agreement." It's already known. So all we're doing is putting meat to something that
Doesn't need to be
doesn't
there.
need to be there.
We see
Okay,
nothing,
so then
we know
when
nothing.
God forbid we get another flood, we, the city, have to take all that stuff out again.
Oh, I promise you,
And haul
next
it.
time,
Like,
I almost
like Matt
guarantee
said.
the next.
Next flood that occurs, we will have FEMA mobilized here.
What
That will happen.
what is FEMA going to do? This guy.
I'm just saying.
Well, no. I disagree with that
Time
because
out. You are allowed to have storage in your garage,
Yeah.
A
So-
certain amount of square footage. you can
which
have
is
in a
what
area.
I got wiped out. $15,000 worth of tools in my garage, workshop. It's not a living space. It's a workshop.
you got a bathroom there too, by the way.
Used to.
But there were also two
They're worse
two-story places that had bedrooms and all sorts of stuff on their first floor that was out by the curb that we were
I
picking up.
don't disagree.
So,
That would
they
be,
could-
so then when FEMA drives around or looks around or sends their drones over and sees all that, are we gonna be stuck with that bill to pay for that? Which was a
If we did
significant
not,
bill.
if we did not permit them to do something and some resident does something, how can the city be liable for that?
Because FEMA says you are. And that's what happened to Fort Myers.
That's
After
what
a
the
storm,
non-conversion
much later,
is for.
Fort Myers got deemed big. And they said, you had your photo, we had your drone photos, we saw water lines, we saw things on the FEMA, we saw pictures of construction debris. We can tell by looking, and they're looking years later, so they're looking looking back, and Fort Myers is in a world of hurt right now. So that's why you see all this. We have to have education. You have to, obviously, if you see someone that's doing something that doesn't have a permit, code enforcement has to be on them. So
Absolutely.
I'm not saying leave it. I'm saying that's how it happens, because FEMA can come in years later and say, you're out of the flood system, the flood insurance program, because we saw it 2 years ago, you didn't do this right. We'll put you on probation. That's what happened. I'm just telling you, that's what can happen.
So that means
that is legitimate. That's happening right now to
but what they
companies,
were
to
doing
communities.
there was they weren't doing their substantial assessments, which is a bigger problem, I believe.
They were, that was part of it. That was a small part. A lot of it.
She is correct. So FEMA they already went out and did drones.
They already had drone footage.
Helicopter came through, airplane came through.
We saw it on our, I've got the link through NOAA. I sent it to all department heads. We were able to see clear as day how much trash and debris was at every single location. They already have
This information. So today, when they were here for the 2.5 hours, they picked 5 random permits. The first thing they did was he went to his laptop, and we could not overlook his laptop because he asked us to sit on the other side. He pulled up footage of that home, of what it looked like before the storm,
during the storm, and wanted to
see that permit to that address and see.
what pictures we had in our Forerunner system.
So they are already aware of what we had. So this non-conversion is nothing more than just stating you're not going to do it.
Right.
That's all that is.
We should tell people have living area on a 2-story house wasn't flooded. Any debris they need to haul it off themselves.
But how are we gonna police that in a storm that just happened? You're not gonna say, I'm gonna pick up Lisa's, but I'm not gonna pick up Linda's, or I'm gonna pick, you're not gonna do that. The guys on the street are not gonna do that.
Even if they sign the form.
Yeah.
And they still have this stuff sitting out.
You're gonna pick it up?
Then when FEMA comes in with their drones, and they've already signed it, so are we off the hook
No,
then?
and that's what I'm saying. It's not one thing for FEMA. It's going to be all of it. If you have the non-conversion, you're helping educate, hopefully.
But that is still
Right?
doesn't take you off the
But
hook
that's
years
just- no,
later,
That's
right?
one part. So then FEMA's gonna look at, okay, we see this home did construction. Oh, there's no permit for that. Well, then you should have had code enforcement. Well, we didn't know. We don't care. FEMA doesn't care. You should have had code enforcement. Do it now. How can I do code enforcement 2 years later with no evidence? We don't care. Do it. That's the kind of things that are happening in Fort Myers
Okay, so.
and other towns.
So FEMA is saying, okay, drive around and I see Eric's house is now 2-story and he's got it all enclosed and there's no permits and the code enforcement is supposed to go up to
Yes.
Eric. I know you're not, that's why I picked
Yeah, because I'm a rule follower.
Me too. So they're gonna go to him and say, now you have to tear it out.
Speed limits,
Or, and we have to enforce that as a
Yes.
city.
Yes.
And then they're gonna be mad at us because we didn't
the
have them
resident-
sign a form to let them know that you're not
Well,
supposed to do that.
I agree. They should have known that.
They should have known it, sure.
That's the first thing they're gonna ask.
Yeah.
Do you have a non-conversion agreement?
So let me ask a question.
Oh, such a sticky road.
So I do all that as Linda proposed. And I invite Linda over for tea and crumpets in my new.
I love tea.
I know you do. And I invite her over into my newly refinished, and her role is the code enforcement officer. Dumb me, I had no idea. So she said, well, hey, you can't do this. And she goes back to city and she says, all this has to be tore out. Obviously, me as a resident, not going to like that. Probably not going to tear it out. Probably going to go to the courts, and the courts probably going to side with the city, and it's going to be tore out. So that's just the real. And if we do that, and we be that entity we're supposed to be, I don't see how FEMA can come down and say we have a responsibility. I mean, they can't keep me from in secrecy doing things
No,
in my
but-
downstairs.
But the fact is, it's happening.
Well, I know it is, and it will continue to happen.
And we are not enforcing it. I mean, again,
It's hard.
Well, this isn't enforcing it.
It's hard to enforce.
This is education.
This is different.
Right.
Yeah.
right.
So this is just
Right, but I'm going back to your
Tea and crumpets.
your
Tea and crumpets.
example. Yeah, that again, from FEMA's standpoint, you shouldn't be doing it, and you don't have a permit for it, and so city, why did you let them do that?
we didn't.
We didn't know.
We definitely did.
Because code enforcement didn't stop them. Code enforcement should have been going around and saying, look, I see construction here and let me see what's going on. You don't have a permit for that because you can't have a permit for that because it's on the first floor. That's where we get.
Yes.
I see
Right.
what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, FEMA doesn't care whether you have the staffing to do it. They don't care whether you have the will. To
We
do
should
it.
have called it.
Yes.
You should, because it's not allowed. And that's
So you
that's
get
a
a
lot of
warrant
money.
for all the citizens so you can get into their house and find out what they did?
Again,
How do you enforce
Because
it?
Dave's over there
So-
building at midnight on a Saturday night because he knows code enforcement's not out.
It's hard to do.
It's very much.
Tried that.
Yeah.
It's very much.
Midnight Saturday
Said
night.
judge
So-
doing that.
So think of it again. So I think the powers above recognize that very point that you it's hard to do, except when you have a natural disaster, when it's all laid out bare, you see it, and that's when they come in and say, okay, we'll grant you that it was done under the cover of the night and you couldn't do anything about it, and we know that you're not going to go get a search warrant for every two-story property to do that. But now you know when the debris that's out front is a lot of drywall in a two-story home, that nothing should be drywalled in the first story.
Don't put it outside.
see, I think
Call
that's
it off.
probably what this does. This gives. I would think if this went to the courts, somebody complaining about that, and you got them by the cojones if they signed the agreement, say I'm not going to do it, and they did it, then it's But if that's not there, who knows how that goes
I'm
down?
just afraid, the only reason I hesitate is I don't want all the residents to lose the ability to buy the flood insurance.
Sure.
And that's where, that's the end result that could potentially happen.
Oh, none of us want that.
I understand that, but they have the ability, Fort Myers is going through this now because they didn't enforce the below floodplain thing, because they didn't enforce it. And by us doing this, turning the other cheek, are we?
Well, I don't say that we're
No,
turning the
no,
other cheek.
We're just
enforce
not,
it?
we're
How
just
do you
not
enforce
getting,
it?
we're just not getting the points relative to.
We're not. We're foregoing their suggestion on the way, and is the way I look at it.
And I was not advocating one way or the other about the non-conversion. I'm just trying to explain that it's
I understand.
from FEMA's perspective, it's all of it. It's all these pieces, and there's a lot of expectation, especially now that it's like Matt said, this has happened. Everyone knows.
They look for excuse not to pay.
I would even say as we fast forward into the future, I wonder how much FEMA's going to be there. To be honest, they're not going to keep bailing people out. Anyway,
There's a new sheriff in town.
yeah. So,
Well, one thing they did for me, I didn't have flood insurance, so they gave me flood insurance.
They gave it to you?
Mm-hmm.
For 3 years,
Till
right?
2027.
part of your settlement, yeah.
3 years, yeah.
But then that
And you
property
have
has
to
to
sign a
always have flood
statement to
insurance now.
Continue with it?
Well, we'll see then, but right now,
technically, yes.
but no, I can continue, and it's not that expensive, but it's limited coverage too, which is fine. But at least I keep my homeowners, so.
Well, again, we just need to say what we're going to do here. I'll repeat where I'm at on it. I try to keep my hands out of people's business best I can, unless I need to be in there. So,
And we can't go into people's houses. That's the problem with enforcement.
but I will say, if the city goes by and sees
If they know, if
Resident
they're going
X,
to do this stuff to their bottom floor, we don't know about it, fine, but don't put it out in front of your house.
But where are
Haul
you
it
gonna
off
put
so
it?
we don't see it.
well, if we see it, we will act on it. That's the
Yeah,
bottom line.
exactly. If we see it, we'll act on it.
If you drive by and you see me working on my
Right.
enclosed
Bob-
thing
Bob
down there,
said-
red tag me, and take me to the
Bob
cleaners.
said you can put it in front of his house. He's cool with it.
Yep, put in your neighbor's one-story house. There you go.
Yeah.
So,
Big old pile. I had a record pile in front of my house.
He did. I saw it.
I did. That had to be a record.
and you know, the funny thing is even if it's just storage, you're gonna have all that storage out front
You're
anyway.
gonna
The only
have
thing
it.
you're not gonna have is drywall and maybe a toilet.
doesn't matter.
Sink,
Don't put it out in
and
front of
that's
your
it.
house.
Everything else
Yeah.
that you have down there stored, what you can have down there is gonna be on the curb. So let's just unless
Make
there's
it
a
go
burning desire to not strike it, let's just strike it and move on.
Make it go away.
And we'll obviously that's not a ticket for people to do things they shouldn't do. They shouldn't do the things they shouldn't do. And if we catch them, we will prosecute them full extent of law. That's the way I look at it.
Yes.
With a fine.
And I tell you, this lady is the one to do it.
That's right. As long as they bring me the case.
Okay. Okay to move on?
I've been ready.
Yeah.
To move on.
I'm trying. Okay.
117.
115 actually has substantial improvement stuff. So this is removing the 1 year cumulative cost.
Well,
Question?
that's what I want to say. This changing it from 50 to some other number is what was.
It was 50, but when one of our meetings, when this was originally discussed, you guys agreed, and I don't remember exactly
49.
who was here at that point. I think we've changed then, but it was discussed to go down to 45, 49, 45,
All right,
45.
and this was brought up.
Right.
I remember I asked the question, and nobody could come up with an answer. If we move it to 45 or 40, I think is what Mike had proposed. Didn't know what the impacts were going to be. Well, according to the manual, it states 20 points if the regulatory threshold for determining a building is substantially improved or substantially damaged is less than 50%. So if you make it 49, then you get an extra 20 points.
If you make it 45, you get an extra 20 points.
No,
Mike
49.
Wells determines the percentage of or
No,
what it costs.
No,
And I'll tell you, for 20 points, I leave it
not-
50.
yeah.
Because all that's doing is taking people's ability to fix their home.
Right.
what that says.
And that was the point I wanted to make. Why dive into these things
We aren't.
that have low return?
Right.
Let's look at the areas that we can get high return.
Right. We're not at 50%. We've left it.
Okay.
So the only thing we're proposing here is remove the look back period 1 year, so there's no look back period.
Right. And I think that's a good effort.
Yep.
A few things on that we probably need to discuss. Obviously,
What, on the look back?
so we removed that look back. There was some conversation about retroactivity and it not available.
So
But
no look back. That means each individual event stands on its own.
that's correct. Now,
That means a roof is separate from windows, is separate from floor.
yes.
They're done different times.
Well, it could be in the same year. We had to aggregate those together. Now we've
Now
broke them
you,
apart.
Take that away.
If you take that away, it's based on every event.
Yeah.
If I have a hurricane today and I lose my roof and I fix it, it's
As long as it's
Fine.
50%.
as long as it's less than 50% of my assessed value.
and then a week later, God forbid another hurricane comes through.
You got another 50% of your assessed value. So you want to keep dumping money into that? You dump money, put money into it, invest money into it.
Free will. Great thing.
We'll lose points on that.
Agreed. We're gonna make them up somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it was, what did I say it was? The look back period, that was cumulative loss. That's 90 points.
Well, if you're 5 years, we're not there. We're getting less than 90 points because we're only at 1 year. So remove this, it's probably minimal.
Yeah.
Just the freeboard change alone, we're to the positive. The question I have about this with no look back, my house gets flooded. I'm at 65%. I say, okay, I want to not do some of these things. I'm just going to permit my 50%, get that done, and then I come back and do the other 15% on a separate permit. That's where FEMA has a problem because you can string these along. Now, I don't know because obviously what we're thinking is we don't want to have somebody that replaced their roof 6 months ago starting out with $50,000 towards their 50%. That's what we're trying to avoid here. And believe me, that makes a lot of sense. But in the fact where it is a house that's destroyed, we don't want to be able, or do. And again, I don't particularly care. Again, I don't like to I don't want to see anybody lose their home. So anything that we can do to prevent that, I'm all for it.
Well, with the 50%, I believe you guys have a little more with the 50, with the aggregate, with the cumulative, you have a lot more work to do to go back and see that things add up, right? Without that, each event stands on its own.
So what I was getting to is if we don't have the year look back, but for an event, there's some teeth into it where you can't say, well, I'm going to do my roof, close that out. Now I'm going to do my drywall.
No, there has to be a substantial assessment.
Right. So
that's gonna.
So that would control that stringing of permits, I would guess. Okay. So I don't think FEMA should have a problem with that.
Because like right now, you don't want to put a roof on in April. In the hurricane season.
Right. That's a great idea. Hold off on that.
Do not put a roof on in April.
Yeah.
Right?
And so the other aspect of this that I want to bring up, and I hope I haven't lost it. Oh boy, it's a great thought too.
Time's up. Move on.
So we talked about string of permits. The
50%.
Walk away.
actually, we could do that. It's at 8:00. We could take a quick break. Because I was going to do that anyway.
There's that term, circle around.
Yeah. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute bio break, and then we'll come back.
So you can just because.
And hopefully I'll remember by then.
Just because you can't remember what you wanted to say.
If you can start the clock.
Get the wine cooler.
Yeah, I don't go back and forth now. Okay. I like all the once every 8 hours a week. So I figured that's the thing. And you guys, we have to stay.
So I guess in the long run, we got effective change.
in substantial improvement, it makes reference to these. However, include any project for improvement of a building required to correct existing health, sanitary, or safety code violations identified by the building and zoning official, and that are minimum necessary to ensure safe living conditions. Those are not included in substantial improvement. And so I'm wondering if my house floods, right, and in order to obviously make it sanitary and all that, I need to tear my drywall off and take care of the mold and all that. It seems to me, and I don't know if this is our code or if this is coming from FEMA, but it seems to me those type of improvements shouldn't even go in that calculation. I just wondered about that because
It should go in the calculation.
the term substantial improvement does not, however, include any project for improvement of a building required to correct existing health, sanitary, or safety code violations. So when my house floods, that's definitely a sanitary and health issue if I don't take care, abate the mold, and do all that. So this tells me that, and it further up tells that if the structure has sustained substantial damage, any repairs are considered substantial improvement, regardless of the actual work performed. And then it goes on to tell us that substantial improvement, if I'm taking care of existing health, sanitary, safety code violations, to me, those should be backed out of that calculation.
That's what it says. It says does not. It says substantial improvement does not, however, include any project for improvement of a building required. So it's not included in that.
So he's saying
Right.
should not be included.
So if I fix my drywall, bake the mold, muck all that out,
Because that's what
put that back together, that should be zero.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
Fix my electric safety issue because it's zero. All that stuff is. In order to bake the mold, you have to pull out the drywall.
Well, but it's so an improvement to correct an existing health, sanitary, or safety code, and I don't have that list of what that is, but it is defined somewhere, is my guess, and it would be more like your sewer line is busted, your sewer pipes are clogged, your water line is busted, or I think that's what that's referring to.
What does legal say?
So it's a little vague. Because
I'd
to
have
me,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
I went with Matt. I'd have to find out if there's within the building code, if there's some specific definition for what's in there.
Let's look into that.
Yeah, because
I hate to make a decision one way or the other and
Be wrong.
Well, no, I point that out because I want to make sure. Because when I read something like this, I'm thinking, is the intent here to be a land grab, which people are accusing government of, or is it you got to be able to put your house back together, but you can't substantially improve it past 50% because but if you're just doing the bare minimum to get it back livable and abate these sanitary and safety code violations, maybe that helps in that keep that calculation lower because those things have to be done anyway. I think it seems like it's there for a reason. I'd like to know why, and I'd like to know why it's
And the one in
brushed off
Yeah.
like it doesn't exist. Because it seems to me that that's telling us something there that those things shouldn't be accounted.
Just saying drywall.
I'm saying if my house floods,
right,
the floodwaters abate, I can't live in it like that because the drywall's saturated, mold's growing, it poses an existing health sanitary issue. And by this definition, substantial improvement, which is basically the same as substantial damage, because it says it right above that, for this purpose, if a structure has sustained substantial damage, then the term substantial improvement is this, and those things shouldn't go against you. That's the way I read it.
I mean, using that definition, you could say that about the floor, about the electric, about everything.
Yeah,
Then you have zero. So I don't know.
the combination of those two. So the substantial damage means restoring it to its pre-damage condition, right? So let's say you had a home that, again, you have a sewer line issue. You have to replace the sewer line. So pre-storm, you have a sewer line issue. Then you have the damage, right? And so
that sewer line replacement doesn't count.
Yeah, because that's a health sanitary. You probably could make the argument because, again, those terms, electricity. Now have electricity in your home. You don't have electricity before the storm. Now, after the storm, that wouldn't count towards, what damages or improvement.
So you're saying this is referencing stuff before the event?
Yeah.
I don't read it. Yeah, I don't read it like that. I see your point. And when it says correct existing health, what's existing mean?
Well,
Pre-existing or existing? Existing is in right now.
Before the storm.
Exactly.
Well, it didn't say before the storm.
Well, we ought to say that.
Maybe we should. Again, I don't know who it's taken from, if this is something copied down from another thing or whatever, but I'd be interested to look and see what's going on here, because it seems like we need to pay attention to that. So that was the other thing I was going to bring up. So as we roll down to 117, more than non-converged stuff, all this come out, obviously.
Yep, I'll move that.
And then you got the building elevations. That doesn't. That stays, right? You want to go. You're talking.
So yeah, now's the time to talk about the 2 to the 3.
Yes.
So what's y'all's thoughts on that?
And that's only new construction, right?
New construction, or if you lift,
or if you lift,
Mhm.
or if you have an existing structure that's damaged and you have to bring it up to.
Yeah. Now, anybody, just to clarify, let's say Dave's elevated structure is 1 foot above base flood elevation, because that's what the current code was when he elevated it. If we change that to 2 or 3, the only time would that even affect? So let's say that we have an event, another hurricane that damages him. At that point,
12 feet.
Does he have to raise his house? Probably not, right?
It would. I mean, if it got. Don't want to use you anymore, but if it was substantially damaged and he had to start over, he would.
If he had to rebuild it, he had to put.
But if he just had to, fix the roof and
repair
some windows, then no, he won't.
As long as it's not over 50%, then you're.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the 50% even for elevated homes, 50% doesn't matter. He could put gazillions of dollars in there, and nobody can stop him. So the question is there any point if we change this that existing lifting homes would have to raise that additional 2 feet? And if the answer is no, then let's go to 3.
Only if there's a change in the floodplain.
Yeah.
And that could happen
someday, potentially.
Yeah. And I don't. Has there been any analysis done on the 2? I mean, obviously we don't want to get too tall buildings either. I think, like I said before, when people raise them, I think they're up there anyway because they're making that garage space or whatever. The only people this would impact is they want to raise it just the bare amount to get them by. They're going to have to do another 2 feet. But I think if you're going to put the cost into that, and I think this actually helps from a grant perspective, because the grant will cover what you have to do. And so if we're requiring 3 feet, the grant is helping pay for that additional headroom for your garage space too. So I think it's a win-win from a CRS perspective.
I mean, the sea level is rising, so it certainly is not going to, it'll help people. You'll be ahead of the curve.
Yeah. While you're doing it, throw another level block on it, and we'll get some points for it.
Yeah, I think 3 feet would be.
Consensus 3?
As long as it doesn't financially affect people like significantly, I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah. Like I say, it's really just another level of block. So it's.
And freeboard is a big category. There's up to 500 points there. So.
Well, 300 is what we get 100 now.
300.
300 for 3.
300
to 300.
3 feet. 300 points at 3 feet.
What's the other 2 for? I wonder. You say it was 500?
Yeah, that's let's see, that's section
22.
Also keep in mind that if you're going to raise the base flood or the freeboard, the building height within our zoning districts are 40 feet. So if you're going to move that, that's something that we may want to address, is look at that building height.
Good point.
3 feet onto it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
Because it's going to make it sometimes a little bit difficult if they're 10 feet and you're going up higher.
When you do that in lockstep, because we don't want to get in a situation where.
I made a note.
Okay, perfect. So we might have to bring that back for another meeting, but
Yes.
Good point, Veronica. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What was that?
Before we move on from there.
Yep, 117.
With that freeboard, from what I'm seeing in the example, there's also no fill restrictions and fill prohibited. So these are all things that enter into the equation. It's
AE is allowed if you're in a
Yeah.
flood zone.
yeah.
If you're in a flood zone AE, you can bring fill. If you're in a VE zone, or within a limb wall, you cannot bring fill.
So I mean, you have to go on piers.
Right.
A, you can, V, you can't.
Correct.
Yeah. That one I talked about, that was a V, now I'm A, I think.
See from this example here, it says a 1 foot above freeboard, no fill restrictions. It's 100 points. 2 feet is 225. 3 feet is 375.
And there's a no fill restriction.
That means
with
you don't. You can put fill in. And then there's compensatory storage required. I don't know what that means. You got to store the water on your property, probably, right? And then you can get up to 440. You know, if you're storing some of that water in your property. Anyway, we can move on.
Well, we're going to look at all of that at a separate meeting, right?
Yep. So a lot of red line stuff here. I think it's talking about can't flood proof, dry flood. That's all added at dry flood proofing.
That's like,
and that's just keep
These are all recommendations.
That's just keep your house from making a boat so it pops up and floats away, I guess, right? And then
that's like Tampa General did, put that flood barrier around their building.
Well, is that what they did there? Is that considered dry flood proof? I think dry flood proof is actually treating the home so that if you do something outside, the water's just going to go around. I don't think that counts.
No, what it does is you have a dry facility.
Well, no, but once it gets past that barrier
to
the house, it gets in your house is going to float away.
I think just another way of doing the same thing.
Anyway. No, I disagree with that. It's if you dry flood proof your house, the static pressure from the water will potentially lift your house and move it. If you just put something around it that goes over the barrier, it's still going to get in your house.
It serves the same purpose, though, doesn't it?
Serves the purpose, but it's a very different application.
Yeah, dry flood proofing is sealing the building's exterior.
Right.
To not allow the water in.
Right.
Now, if you put a barrier up around, that's different.
That's not dry flood. That's considered dry flood
proofing.
No, it's
not. Is that dry flood proofing?
Oh, okay.
I looked it up because I
did too, and that's the example that they used.
Really?
Anyway, yeah.
So we might be able to do something along those mitigation things. I don't know, but that's a good question. The thing I did highlight here under 5, it says A and B, the interior portion of such enclosed area shall not be partitioned or finished in separate rooms except for stairwells, ramps, and elevators unless a partition is required by fire code. And then B, where perimeter walls are permitted, the limitation on partitions does not apply to load-bearing walls interior. Again, this is defining what kind of walls you can have down in that area. I'm assuming this language is pulled right out of somewhere, or is this our language?
This was given to us by FDEM.
Okay.
There's a lot of elevators in houses.
Yeah, well, those are okay.
They're allowed.
That's the only thing I had on that. So, anybody else rolling on down 120? I don't see anything else until we get to 122. And we had some permanent placement of recreational vehicles.
So this was a recommendation by FDEM. The way it says the same thing. This just says it straightforward.
Yeah, no permanent placement.
No permanent placement.
What I had highlighted is actually above that under temporary placement, because it says, and this is an or, so it's not both of them. So 1, be on a site for fewer than 180 consecutive days, or, which tells me that it could be there longer if it's fully licensed and ready for highway use, which means recreational vehicle or park model is on wheels, jacking system, blah, blah. So basically, if you're licensed and you can pull it off and put it on the highway, it can exceed that 180 days. And I don't know how long what's temporary, what's permanent, and I don't know if there's another code out there that defines that. But
this was FEMA's language. I remember when we did it. Let me read it.
You can't put porches and stuff on it, but
you still can't live in it.
Right. Well, no, you can live in it during an emergency.
While you're doing the construction of your house.
Right, but if you're not doing construction on your house, you can't live in it.
Correct.
Right. Sounds like you had some experience with that.
I kind of do. I kind of got a campground in my backyard.
Code states the same thing.
Yeah,
Section 109-424 states the same thing for temporary placement.
That's straight from FEMA. What we have is what FEMA has. So yes, it's an or, and there's no limit on section B. So temporary is just not permanent.
So, and
I'm sorry, that's section 2.
and again, I have mixed feelings about that whole thing and parking boats and trailers and all that. But for whatever our intent is here, this seems like to me if I read it correctly, once the city declares a local state of emergency pursuant to city's code and ordinance, at that time, you can put a thing on there as long as it's road ready. Can it go into perpetuity?
No,
What
because it can't
prevents
be
that?
permanent.
Can't be permanent.
That means
That's the first one.
perpetuity.
But the intent is that there's going to be times when it takes construction longer than
Right. So
180 days. So this gives flexibility for the building official to say, okay, I understand it's going to take you 7 months to get back into your home. You can keep it for 7 months and not be restricted to 6, as long as it meets these qualifications. But it's not permanent, so it can't be in perpetuity.
well, when maybe perpetuity is a bad word because it can't be permanent.
But it's only there because of the emergency.
Right.
When the emergency stops,
Well,
then it starts the counter.
But see, it doesn't say that. That's the thing. So that's
Well, again, it goes back to, it has to be tied to something related to the emergency, though.
Which that's what so you can't do it until the state,
right. But once it happens, it's
right, that triggers it. And once it's in there, the intent is once you're emergent, once you don't need that anymore, you need to move it.
well, who determines that?
Building official.
So we're good here from a language perspective. That's all. Because to me, it seems like once we allow it, there's nothing that says that once your building permit's satisfied or your whatever, it just says, you're good as long as you can move it at that point. No, that's why I bring it up.
Okay.
If everybody's good with it, I'm good. Moving on to, I don't see anything else for a while. That's it for that one. Anything else on first reading ordinance number 25-711?
This will be a first reading again because you made substantial changes, so you don't need it. I mean, you can, as a consensus, tell me to make the changes you've made, but this is coming back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once those changes are made,
Then it goes back to the state too to just make them aware.
Yeah.
so that they can review them, look at them, and then
Okay. Any further discussion on that? Anyone from the public like to comment? All right.
They have comments.
Not about that. Yeah. Comments must be confined to these action items. Okay. So next up, is somewhat of a continuation of that, just a little different area, is item number 6, first reading of ordinance number 25-712, amending Articles 1, 2, and I guess we don't need to vote on 5, do we? Since
No.
Do we need to approve with those substantial changes? Or?
Just the consensus for me to make the changes and we'll move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Just make sure we get there. So 6, first reading of ordinance number 25-712, amending Articles 1, 2, and 5 of Chapter 10 of the City of Port Richey Codified Codes. I'll pass that to Mr. Koppler for introduction.
Yeah. I refer back to my earlier comments, which were a lot earlier, that these are effectively taking a section that was in 110, moving to 109. So what you're seeing mostly in 110 is the removal of those items that were moved to 109.
So, is there anything on this that somebody wants to bring up? I've got a couple things highlighted. Let me see if it's relevant. There's a couple of additions in there. No big deal. 142 takes out appraised value, and there's a market value that basically, because in our code, appraised value is 120% of assessed value, and so the market value now is based on an appraisal or whatever that percentage is that the appraiser's office gives us. In this case, 15%.
Yeah, and that language was moved. Well, actually, it's existing language in 109, but the reference here is relevant because we've taken out the subsequent information that ties to, so you don't need it.
Right. And the question I had is given what we're in the thick of our substantial damage on it, and we're using 115% of the value based on our code, should we be using 120% as it exists today? Or is this something that we can't do something less than what the the county's doing or whatever.
Like the market, you mean,
Because the market adjustment was 15%.
right, that's what we're using, right? I
Right.
think
But our
that's-
code says 120.
That's what, well, we're not using that anymore. That's gone.
That's struck.
Well, it's not struck yet,
Well, it will be.
but not yet. So all these things that are in should be at 120%, right?
I don't know that.
And
I don't.
if there's somebody on
it
the
could-
line,
well,
it could be a problem.
Well, but it also
Well,
could be that
let me-
that's
let me
outdated and
Just say
incorrect.
I've already
Yeah.
talked to Veronica about this.
Yeah.
They're going to go back and look at that to see
See if there's a difference.
if there is, yeah.
And that's, yes, that's a great idea. And that may be outdated language there that we shouldn't even have in there.
Yep.
That, which I don't know.
Right.
I mean, if the property appraiser, they collectively are doing something different than that, most likely that is outdated.
Right.
That would be my guess, but I don't know that.
And I just want to bring it to everybody's attention so that we make sure that whatever we need to do, we do. Okay.
Sounds like Veronica's on it.
Because if we actually can be doing 120 and there's somebody teetering on the line of losing their home or not because that 5% helps them, sounds like they need to take advantage of that 120 while it's still there. That being said, I will move on.
Was it the greater of appraised value or 115?
No, it's just 120.
I mean, if you have an appraisal
Yeah.
that comes in higher.
Appraisal, right.
Yeah.
Right. Appraisal still is controlling document. And then
It's not anymore. I mean, with the changes, it would not be. I mean, currently the term appraised value, but when you go to the new language in 109, it's market value.
and it references a certified appraisal.
It right. And the difference is here it talks about appraised value. In 109, the new 109 is talking about market value.
Mhm.
So it's the same concept, it's just using different words.
Right. And the construct's are still there. Like I said, get an independent appraisal
Just a
still can do
different
that.
word, yep.
Which you see in 144, there's a market value and it defines it as section 109 283 of our code, which that's what he was talking about. And if you go down, there's on 145, this is has to do with, I guess, the look back and all that, removing that to make that the same. So nothing new
Well,
there.
some of that moved, those definitions moved to the 109 as well, right?
Yes. So this, again, these are recommendations by FEMA, what you're looking at here, and the things that are relevant that need to go to 109 have been proposed in 109, and the language has been taken out of chapter 10.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So a lot of stuff was removed on those 3 pages, and then
That's it.
the on 51 under stop work orders, I had this is what I was talking about earlier. So it says, upon notice from the building zone official, work on any building, structure, electrical, gas, mechanical, or plumbing system that is being done contrary to the provisions of the Florida Building Code or in a dangerous, unsafe manner shall immediately cease. So if I'm doing flooring or I'm painting or I'm doing other things that the Florida Building Code doesn't regulate permits for, even though special flood hazard area does, what this tells me is that, there may be an issue there, I got to get a permit, whatever, but can we stop work order? Because this tells me that you can't stop work order if it's not something that the Florida Building Code governs.
But understand, it's 2 different things.
Okay.
So that work that isn't covered under the building code, for instance, flooring, we'll use that, in a flood hazard area is related to the flood permit, floodplain permit, not the building code. So two different sections.
Right. And that goes back to the whole development, what
Right.
it is,
Yeah,
and what it includes.
Yeah, we'd probably issue a stop work order if we found you doing that, just to notify that you shouldn't be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But really, the next step, and this was something that FEMA was talking about, is take them to court. Just go right to court. But we would, again, probably do the NOV first.
Right.
And it could be a stop work order, or it could be the NOV.
Okay. Then moving down 153, in Division 4 permits, I had demolish, and I'm thinking it's talking about demolish from a demolished whole property, because I know we don't need permits to demo, pull out drywall. We didn't need permits to muck out stuff, right?
But that's part of your substantial damage.
Calculate, but we don't need a permit. I don't need a permit to come in and say I'm ripping my drywall out and all that. But it states here it's required if demolish, but I'm thinking it's, the intent here is demolish the whole structure, not, that was my question.
I'm assuming that too.
Yeah.
You're on 155.
Page 153, section A, under application. It says any owner, authorized agent, or contractor who desires to construct, enlarge, alter, repair, move, demolish, or change the occupancy or blah, 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 basically need a permit. But we weren't requiring permits for the
Yeah, this is the building
small demo stuff.
related to the building code.
That's
Right, but under section 2 down there, the installation of any manufactured residential storage shed less than 100 square feet. Permits are not required,
but because if it's a special flood hazard area, they would be.
but I know that our 200 exactly.
Right.
So does that need to align?
So you need a permit for anything over 100 square feet.
I don't think it matters because we're all a special flood hazard anyway, and everything needs permits. So, but
Right.
in a case,
This is greater than, and what the point of the changes was trying to put all the flood hazard stuff into one area. And so this, again, was doing two different things. It was doing the floodplain as well as regular building.
moving on down, I don't see anything else redlined. I don't think I had anything pointed out. There's, okay, 164. There's a big change, affidavits.
I will tell you that
Tell us a little bit about that.
FDEM recommended this change because this is now appropriately tracking the Florida building code. It was not correct before.
Okay. Any heartburn with that? Assuming none. Okay, and then page 170, under item B, work commencing before permit issuance. There's a line that was added: any person who violates section shall be subject to both imposition of fines, costs.
It's not new. It just wasn't in there.
Okay.
They were subject to that.
Still a class 6 violation, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm not seeing anything. Here's, okay, 184. This is just talking about house numbers.
And this again, this actually was our prior building official recommended this change because this is now in line with the Florida building code.
Okay. If on that, just because it requires, I guess, the street address to be 4 inch numbers or whatever. If somebody has 3-inch numbers, what's that mean? You gotta have them change them?
We're taking them to jail.
Full extent of law?
That means they are not compliant with the Florida building code, and that's up to the building official.
Was that something, are we making a change to that? Because do
they need to go change it right now?
Because they were 3 inches in height by 2 inches before, it looks like. So this would be like a grandfathered in type thing? Yeah. I just want to make sure that
I don't
people
think
ask.
the building official's time to go drive around looking for it. No, I'm teasing you. No, as they move forward, they need to.
And I think it was more for public safety.
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
ambulances and fire trucks were having a hard time. The addresses. I mean, I know in our county, we have to have it on our zone.
Yeah.
So that it reflects.
Okay, no issue there. These are long, ain't they? Ordinances?
I think we're done with this
I
one.
think it's two. Yes, that's, unless anybody sees anything else. And I know we didn't do any changes to that.
But I was going to recommend if we
Just go ahead,
just
roll them.
leave it so they stay together.
Sure.
Because you're taking things out of 10 that are going to go in 109. But if we take them out of 10 before we get them into 109, so I think it's better if they just.
Do you need a motion to table that?
Yeah, that'd be good. Keep them together.
Can I get a motion to table? So basically, if we got to do a first reading on the other one,
Right.
again, because substantial change to it, we're just going to table this one. So at the same time, we'll do this one. Otherwise, we'll have a second reading of this one and a first reading of the other one. Is keep it
Yeah,
together.
no, that's fine. Yeah.
So is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. If I'm public comment, vote. All in favor, say by saying aye. Opposed? Item number 6 is tabled.
Can I make a
Sure.
request? There's a gentleman who just.
Yeah, what is he for?
Is there any way we can
It's our water.
move that up? He's 8 and 9, so that he doesn't have to sit through another hour and a half.
Yeah, we need a, do we motion to change? Okay, so
I motion to move 8 and 9 up to now, and then 7 to follow. So this general thing.
Second.
motion second. Any further discussion? Public like comment? Let's put a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So we're gonna bring you up, sir, because I know you're probably not interested in hearing any more of our interesting conversations. So we're gonna roll right to item number 8, approval of McKim and Creed scope of work for engineering services for the planning and design of a potable water plant facility. I pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
So as you're aware, we are in line to get $4.25 million from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund to cover the cost of planning and design for a new potable water plant facility. We went out to bid, as you're aware, and selected McKim and Creed to handle that work for us. And they prepared the the scope of work. And we are looking for approval of that so we can get to the final contract, get that signed and get them going.
Okay. Then he's got a presentation, or?
I don't think you have a presentation yet.
So is he for questions, I guess?
We would take 100,000 off if he had a presentation. Yeah, he's here in case there's any questions. Then plus the next item that we're going to be talking about.
Okay, so just, and I'm sure you do this, but just make sure, obviously, if we have people that are not over here, they're supporting action items, we could have those at the very top of the agenda to get them, if it's possible.
Didn't realize it was going to be that long.
Yeah, but just put them first. That way, always better, I guess. I hate you waiting, but I appreciate you being here. And then, so I'll open that up for discussion and our motion. Is this for approval? For scope of work, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so motion and discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the scope of work with McKim and Creed for engineering services for the plan of design of potable water plant facility.
Second. I'll give to Linda that a second. So, any further discussion? Anyone public got comment? So let's put the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9, adoption of facilities work plan for the planning and design of potable water plant facility. Pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
So as a part of everything we need to do to get to the final application for the $4.25 million, we have to put together a facilities work plan that, of course, our selected consultants, before you had a contract, did a lot of work to put together. So what you have in front of you is the proposed work plan. And if it's okay, if you come and maybe just give a little overview of what the work plan is and why it's important. Please, Phil.
I'm Phil Locke from McKim and Creed, project manager. It's good to be here. The facilities work plan is a requirement of the FDEP State Revolving Fund Program. There's a checklist with very clear. Yeah, there's now.
Hold it down until it turns green.
There it is. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. That better? Okay. The facilities plan is, like I said, there's guidelines to follow, checklists, and it basically goes through the main requirement of the work plan is to compare 3 alternatives. One is a do nothing alternative, and then 2 other alternatives that would aim to address the drinking water issues. So the bottom line is we went through the facilities plan, did these comparisons, and we have recommended a reverse osmosis treatment facility. The facilities plan goes through environmental, it goes through the need for the project. There's cost estimates for the different alternatives and, kind of developing pros and cons. In this case here, there was just one alternative that would meet all the requirements, the regulatory requirements. So that's pretty much a brief summary. I'm happy to answer any kind of questions.
Any questions? There a motion?
Motion to approve the facilities work.
There's a resolution attached to this.
Motion to approve resolution 25
You didn't read it? So,
You don't have to, but I can.
go ahead and read by title.
Okay. Resolution 25-01, a resolution of the City of Port Richey, Florida, relating to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection State Revolving Fund Loan Program, providing for the adoption of a water supply facilities work plan for the implementation of design and construction of a reverse osmosis drinking water treatment facility, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve 25-01.
Second.
Okay, Lisa, that's second. So motion is second. Any further discussion? Anyone public like comment? Seeing no hands are bring for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you staying.
Appreciate you sitting around. Thank you.
And just for your information, we'll be bringing back, I think, at the next meeting, the loan documents we have to get, resolution we have to do.
Yes, we have a resolution.
Yeah. So that'll be coming back to you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I'll get a beer, soft drink, whatever you just let me know. Gotcha.
Maybe two. Was low.
Probably two, maybe a case actually. As long
I think somebody mentioned bourbon.
Okay, so that changes, that concludes the agenda change. So now we're going back up to item number 7, first reading of ordinances to amend the charter of the City of Port Richey. I'll pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
So, council met at a special meeting on December 17th to review the proposed changes to the city's charter off by the city clerk and city attorney. Based upon the discussions at that meeting, the attached ordinances implement the wishes of city council. And so to get these obviously on the April ballot, we need to have it to the elections board. I think it's the 2nd or 3rd of February. So we will need to do reading today, first reading, and then on the 28th, we'll need to do the second reading.
Yeah, and will you action each ordinance separately or as a group? Okay.
Yes.
So that being said, I'll pass it for first reading of the 25713.
If I can, before we go
Sure.
that far, there was a couple things that we discussed when we talked about the charter amendments that you asked questions about, that I have answers for. You asked about if the quorum had to still be all in person. As of the latest Attorney General opinion, yes, it cannot be virtual to get your quorum. So that needs to stay the same.
And we don't have any ability to state that.
No, the Attorney General is saying don't touch it until there's a state statute that lets it happen, or you're in a state of emergency, which is what we was,
Right.
previously when we were doing that.
Still are.
Not that state of emergency, a different one. State of emergency where the governor declares the quorum can be met by technology. be very clear.
We can still be attended by
Yes.
virtually,
But your
but
quorum,
he can't count as the quorum.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So your vote counts and everything, just like it would if you was here, but
Yeah.
we got to have 3 sitting here. So,
The other one was about passing the gavel. That is a code thing, not a charter thing. So if you want to address that at a different time.
we don't
that's
need that for ballot. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now to ordinance number 25-713, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 2.01, composition eligibility requirements, modifying the requirements for candidates and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance 25-713.
Second.
Motion second for discussion. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I don't have anything on there. We just kind of we removed the age and sex, I think,
Yes.
from there. Okay. Anyone public got comment? So you want to bring it back for a vote? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So you can read by title the next one.
Ordinance number 25-714, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Sections 2.02C, 2.02D, 2.05A1, and 4.06E to allow terms of office to commence on the 4th Tuesday in April and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Motion and discussion. I do have a question on Section 3 at the bottom of 215. This basically states that it's on the 4th Tuesday in April. Let's say there's some conflict and somebody had travel plans or whatever the case may be. There's no ability for us to reschedule that. We're locked into that, right? So and what happens if somebody gets elected in April and they had a cruise they were going to be on that just had to be during that time frame, or they were visiting a family or the death of the family or whatever would cause them not to be able to be sworn in and participate in that? Is there a facility for us to be able to reschedule that with a vote of council?
Yes. I don't think that I mean, it's not worded in here, but that means things happen and you can.
So that, we don't need to say anything like that? Okay, that was my only question.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
Okay. Motion or discussion?
Motion to approve ordinance 25-714.
Second.
Motion second for discussion. Anyone public got comment? Seeing none, bring it for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Clarification, Dave seconded, correct?
Yes. I think so, yeah. It was you today, wasn't it?
Thank you.
Yep. Carries unanimously. Next up, pass the next for a reading.
Okay. Ordinance number 25-715, an ordinance of the city of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the city of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 2.03, vacancies, forfeiture of office, filling of vacancies, and extraordinary vacancies, to require a vote by city council to excuse the council person's absence and providing for an effective date.
Yeah, and motion or discussion, and I'll just open with, so we talked a little bit about this, and this is a language we talked about, but I just wanted to clarify, once this gets potentially adopted in April, is it that from a procedure standpoint, and I don't think it needs to tell here, maybe we need to divide that procedure, but I guess if, let's say this meeting, Bob wasn't here and he called it because he was on vacation or whatever, are we to action that? Bob's not here, motion to excuse him.
Yes.
So it happened. So we do it every meeting if we have a vacancy.
Yes. And if it's unexpected, let's say on the way here, Bob got sick and turned around and went home,
Right.
and we didn't realize it, the next meeting you can bring that up retroactively, that we excuse him from the last meeting because of
And
illness.
that's something we've not done in the past. Just because as going forward, once this if it's potentially adopted by the public, then we'll need to make sure that we have a section to excuse absences as needed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-715.
Second.
Motion second for discussion. Anyone public like to comment? Seeing no hands are bring for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, you read by title.
Ordinance number 25-716, an ordinance of the city of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the city of Port Richey a proposed amendment to the city charter to delete subsection B7 of section 2.03, vacancies, forfeiture of office, filling of vacancies, and extraordinary vacancies as inconsistent with the laws of Florida and providing for an effective date.
So open up for motion and discussion. And again, on this, I don't necessarily recall this particular why we're taking this out, but
HIPAA is why we were taking it out.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
This is a way, let's say, for someone to forfeit their office, that you decide they've been declared disabled, unable to perform their duties, and they don't want to voluntarily leave. You're not going to be able to publicly provide that documentation from a physician's evaluation.
Gotcha.
It's protected information.
Makes
Now,
sense.
if someone made the allegation and you want to come in and go, no, look, my doctor said I'm fine, that's you. But this is contemplating that you aren't able to have that conversation and that somehow we're going to get a document from a physician to say you're not.
so I guess in a case where you would have somebody that was mentally incapacitated or whatever,
You wouldn't excuse them for 4 times in 12 months, and they're off counsel if that passes.
So we wouldn't say yes.
Yeah,
they're
there's other-
excused.
but if they're here, I guess we'd have to get it for something else. or
Right,
something.
you'll figure something out.
Gotcha.
You're not going to.
Not that it'd be an issue,
Yeah.
but I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's other provisions that you'll fall under.
Because I worry about Dave sometimes.
Yeah.
I worry about you.
And you are. I mean,
That's
you're welcome to leave it, and of course the electorate may not remove it, but it's going to.
Basically what you're saying, but HIPAA would never be able to do this.
Let's say I got a medical record about you. I can't come in here and share it
Right.
unless you give me consent to do that.
Right. Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-7.
I figured you'd be the one to make that motion. I can't second it. There goes that motion second. Any further discussion? Anyone public like to comment? So you don't have to bring it back for vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. If you read next by title.
Ordinance number 25717, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to the city charter, section 2.03, vacancies, forfeiture of office, filling of vacancies, and extraordinary vacancies to modify the process by which a vacancy on council is addressed and delete section 2-03D as it is incorporated into amended section 2.03C and providing for an effective date.
Okay, motion or discussion, and I will comment here that this was
Motion to approve.
yes.
Second.
Hold that thought. So we had a long discussion about this, and I believe you did a very good job of capturing exactly what. So,
All that I had to call Matt and talk through it again.
Yeah. So just to clarify and read this correctly, I think it's on here. So a vacancy happens once we appoint the next regular election. Now, that regular election, is that our regular election in April, or is that next available like November election?
I was going by your charter that calls your elections regular elections.
Okay,
That's the language
so
I-
basically, so this would be the following April election, regular municipal election, if that's what it is.
And we can add regular municipal, I mean, if that's confusing to people, I thought that's the intent, is it will be the city's next regular election.
Yeah. And then it talks about if you get a lot of vacancies or whatever, and it's just me and Linda left.
I know what I'm.
So when we talk about, and I'm curious about this from other boards and committees as well. If you're down to 2, the majority vote is 2, right? So you would basically have to be unanimous to make it.
Hold on. Yes.
So anytime you're on an even number, you can't have even and Steven.
gonna be hard, yeah.
Somebody's got to agree.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. But you and Linda will get along.
Something to look forward to, Linda. Me and you.
We have many things in common.
We do.
I think for that point, you can just appoint a few people and we'll get through it.
The other thing I had pointed out here is language to call special if desired. So again, the language is exactly what we wanted. Do we want to have the ability by vote of the council to speed that process up? So for example, April comes, someone's elected, and God forbid they hit by bus, and so it's a whole year of appointment. Do we want the ability to be able to give that back to the people to put it in there, or because what we're saying here is we basically appoint, and that they're going to fill it for a year.
Well, that's what we just.
That was one of the things you were.
In the previous one, we just said that.
The way it is.
Previous ordinance.
What do you mean? No.
We'll take Lisa because she just happened. We just said that she wouldn't have to go. She was appointed.
Oh, in her case, yes.
That was over a year and a half. We
But-
had that discussion last time we had that.
So we had to hold a special election for her in November because we had to hold a special election. We couldn't hold a special election at the same time as the regular, so she couldn't wait. Ideally, if this was in place, she wouldn't have had to run in November. She would have ran in April. Right. So that's covered. But what I'm saying is do we want to, if there's ever a case where an election happens and we've got that long, and this is because I'm okay with appointment for the year, but that might leave a bad taste in the mouth for public. Say, well, it was voted for this person, and now council appoints whoever they want. We got to wait a whole year to fix it. If we're good with that, but if let's say we had a bunch of people say it's not fair or whatever, we actually could, if we wanted to, vote to special election.
Well, actually, what he's saying is, if somebody runs and they're running for the 3-year, and then they drop out right after that, then it would be the next
whole year to fill that position, or its council would be filling it.
But with me, there was a limited number of days for an appointment before you had to pull a special election, which means so then I had to run and then I had to run.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but we're looking at if they get hit by a bus the next week, is this saying that person is appointed for 3 years?
No.
To the next.
The maximum will be a year.
Next regular
Well,
election.
what happens if the next election is the mayor and not the city council?
They would be on a ballot with that.
It's essentially a special election, but we're not calling it in between that year.
Okay.
But if somebody gets hurt a month after they're elected, we can call a special election, or we can wait until that next April, and it's essentially a special election with your regular municipal election. Kind of what we did with the last April we had with the other candidates. It's a special election within a regular election. We're not having to have SOE come in here in May or July to have a special election solely for that.
And now there is a change to that too, if I'm reading this right, which I like. Instead, because what we had before was we had two candidates running for the 3-year seat, or 3 candidates running for the 3-year seat, 2 candidates running for the 1-year seat. The way this reads is they would all run for council. The top vote getters would get the highest terms. So in that case, there would have been no Cherokee Sherry separate election that they had to say 1 year. They could have been in a council pool, and basically if Cherokee would have got the most votes at all, then she would have got the 3-year term. She wouldn't have had to say, I just want the 1
So
year.
you're not running for a chair, you're running
So you're
for a
running for
position.
council,
Yeah.
and if there's term differences, the top voters get the higher terms, the
Right,
lower
right.
voters. So that
Yeah.
takes care of all that. But in what you're saying though, if it coincides with the mayor election, then there would be a council. They'd have to select mayor or council, whichever the one running for. They would be 2 separate things, and those terms would be commissioner whatever's left.
But I think I like your suggestion, if I may go back to that. I know the intent was not to be required to call a special election, but it's not a bad idea for you to have.
The ability to do that.
We could just put, a vacancy of the city council shall be filled by a majority vote of the remaining members of council. Any person appointed to fill the vacancy, sorry, I started too soon, shall hold office until the next regular election or something, unless council by majority vote wishes to call a special election.
Yeah,
Something
I
like
think that's good.
Because there may be a
I mean, if it
situation.
is- I'm sorry, go ahead, Nancy.
Like you're saying, there may be a situation where it's, boom, it's been, it's gonna be a year and maybe.
Your
that's
example
not
of a
fair.
year is a good idea. I mean, people voted and then
That's a
they
long
should
time
have the
to wait.
right. So, and we should, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
And again, what you would probably see happen in that case, the majority of the council that was there would appoint that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can use an example. Let's say that the person that quit, then the other person, the fourth, they missed because they were sick. Potentially, you could have a bad appointment, right? Because maybe the other person would have went the other way and locked it. So it just, and if people come in and complain, it gives us an opportunity to be able to put it to a special election if we need to. Probably wouldn't do it, but it's good to have the option.
Gives us the option, absolutely.
Because, my mind, people should make that decision.
So does that one have to come back with that?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's not substantial.
Motion to approve 25
Because it's already in there.
17.
Like
What-
Oh,
Yeah, there's already been a motion, a second.
Oh,
It's already
good.
in the original one, so you're not really making.
Oh, I
second
seconded
later.
that.
You can go for it. You can go for it.
Do we make a change?
Yeah, well, you want to add.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But that's fine.
So I need to amend the motion though. Who made the motion?
That's true.
I made the motion.
Okay, so can you restate your motion amendment with the
I
special,
make a motion to approve ordinance number 25-717
which
with changes.
No, discuss.
We just discussed.
Second.
a motion second? Any further discussion? Anyone public like to speak? Chopper? No? Okay. I'll bring back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. There's a string vote there. Okay, if you could read next by
Okay,
title.
ordinance number 25-718, an ordinance of the city of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the city of Port Richey proposed amendment to city charter section 2.05 procedures to update obsolete language and provide for an effective date.
Could y'all earn some money over there?
25-718.
Second.
Have motion second for discussion? Anyone public like comment? Seeing no hands, put the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Read next by title, please.
Ordinance number 25-719, an ordinance of the city of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the city of Port Richey a proposed amendment to city charter section 2.05 procedures to expand voting rules to include section 2.03 of the city's charter, allow the affirmative vote to be based on the council persons present when the vote is taken, and providing for an effective date.
A motion or discussion?
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-719.
Second.
A motion second for discussion? Anyone public like comment? Seeing no hands put to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Read next by title, please.
Ordinance number 25-720, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 2.06, Powers and Duties of the Mayor and Council, to modify subsection B9 into 3 separate paragraphs, eliminating a compound paragraph, remove duplicative language, providing for renumbering of paragraphs, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, motion and discussion, and I will point this out. I mentioned this to Matt. So we talked about the council's ability to remove departments, I think was what the conversation we had, remember right? And then this basically says that we can't institute new departments.
Section 5.00A of your charter lets you create departments. A different section. That's why it's duplicative.
Oh, so we don't need it there.
Right.
It doesn't take
I'm
the
not
ability
taking
away.
the ability away.
Okay.
It's just said in 2 spots, so we were just trying to clear it up.
Perfect.
Clean it up. Sorry.
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-720.
Second.
A motion second for discussion. Anyone public comment? Seeing no hands, will bring it to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, read next by title, please.
Ordinance number 25-721, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 4.06, determination of election results, clarifying the manner in which the election results will be determined, and subsection B, removal of subsection C as the language is incorporated into subsection B, and providing for an effective date.
Yeah, now this is the one that basically says you just run for council and they divvy out the terms based on highest votes. So,
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-721.
second. A motion second. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, ready for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Read next by title, please.
Ordinance number 25-722, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 5.01, Administrative Department, City Clerk, to remove obsolete language and providing for an effective date.
Open floor, motion or discussion.
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-722.
A motion second. Further discussion. Public comment, please. Seeing none, I bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Read next by title, please.
Ordinance number 25-723, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section to amend Section 507, Building Inspection and Building Compliance Department, to modify the description of the department head and providing for an effective date.
For motion and discussion.
Took out the building official doesn't have to meet the state of Florida licensing requirements?
No. What you're doing is you're saying that the department head of the Building and Construction Inspection Department will be a qualified individual appointed by the city manager. That's it. This language originally had the building inspector being the head of that department.
Yeah,
And
but
that's what we were trying to
would that make it possible for Matt to appoint somebody without meeting state Florida license requirements?
Yes, because the idea is it may not be a building official.
Oh, right. Well, so this
is just about the building inspection code.
So there's another section that talks about the building official must have this
Yeah,
requirement.
if you go, it's in, I can't remember what section of the code, but there's a couple sections of the code that talk about exactly if you appoint a building official, it has to have the necessary.
Gotcha.
So this is just, it didn't make sense to leave that sentence in this provision because this provision is removing the building official.
Because basically it's not the building official anymore.
It may not be, right?
Right.
You be the department head.
You maybe,
Right.
if Matt thinks you're qualified.
Actually, you can't because you're on council, but I'd hire you.
Thank you. Motion to approve 25-723, because that's my next job.
Second.
Motion is second. Further discussion. Any public comment? I keep asking Danny. You keep telling me no. Bring back vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. If you're next by title, please.
Ordinance number 25-724, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 6.08, Public Records, to comply with state law and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-724.
Question?
On page 262, the top says ordinance number 25-72.
Oh, it does.
The last number.
It's 724, that usually the business impact statement has the correct number. For some reason, there's a couple that are missing that number, but we'll make sure they're on there.
The signature ones have the correct one.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know what happened
Thank
there.
I apologize.
No, no apologies needed, that's fine. No, that's good, and it's not even on paper and it's wrong. Just want it duly noted.
Hey, good. You might not have caught that on paper, actually. I'm glad you.
Oh, I would.
Thank you for pointing it out. So I have a motion from Lisa. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion, a second for discussion. Open up public comment. Seeing none, I bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Please read next by title.
Ordinance number 25-725, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 8.02, Board of Adjustment, to allow members of the Board of Adjustment to serve on committees and providing for an effective date.
Open up for motion or discussion.
Motion approved 25-725.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Did we, because we say either city nor hold any other appointed position within the city except members. Do we need to have other appointments? Is there a situation where we might appoint somebody outside of the scope of this, or just extra words? That's the only thing. Probably find what it is, but
I didn't know the answer to that. That's why I left
yeah.
it. I wasn't sure what all possibilities existed in the city, and we keep creating new and different ideas to make it a better,
probably just leave it. Just
quicker
fine.
process. So I just left it.
Okay. Did I get a motion?
Yes, you did. And you did get a second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Anyone public comment? Seeing no hands, I bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Read next by title, please.
Ordinance number 25-726, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 8.04, Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee, to modify the number of members the City Council can appoint, to define a quorum, and providing for an effective date.
Open up motion or discussion.
This one's got a problem too. 25-72.
Yes, I have it.
Good. They're on it.
What's the number?
25-726.
Motion to approve ordinance number 25-726.
Second.
That's motion second. Sorry, Bob. Too slow.
I tried.
Any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And now the moment we've all been waiting for. If you can read by title, please.
Yes. The last one and the content. This is what he's been waiting to comment on right here.
I bet he has.
Ordinance number 25-727, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Port Richey a proposed amendment to City Charter Section 11.07, salary of City Council, to modify the monthly salary for the mayor and city and council members, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Open up for motion and discussion, and I will just bring up an issue that says in this, on the impact statement below this, it says that these salaries were in place since 2010, 2001.
Okay. Done with my memory, see what happens. Thank you.
Yeah, big difference.
Yep.
So, and I didn't know, and I don't know how these are worded to the public, but if that was on there, I'll make sure it was correct.
It'll be, yeah. That
And then the other thing I was going to add, obviously this is going to the public to a vote. So if you guys are, just make sure you're good with the numbers. When we talked about it last meeting, we took the salary based back in 2001 and extrapolated based on COLA adjustment to Brant, and we rounded down. I think it was like pull back up, but I just want to make sure you guys are good with the numbers before we put it to public, because obviously it's a difficult process to do going forward, and it is based on a COLA adjustment, so it's kind of built in. So if there's any discussion on it, or leave that is, or by all means, this is the time to, if you think it should be more, less.
I don't have a problem with the only thing I would say is residents might have a problem with the difference in mayor and council. I don't know. I don't have a problem with it personally, but the residents might. But
Sal pointed out that it says members of city council shall receive a monthly salary as indicated below.
Oh, good point.
oh,
You're welcome.
Way to go, Sal.
Motion to approve.
Hold on.
Wow.
Damn it. Almost.
So do you want me,
Sal,
I'll remember
to
that.
change it to just a yearly salary and leave the bigger numbers,
yes.
or annual salary?
So that's the only thing I have is I don't know what y'all think about that. I would like it to go through because I think we all put a lot of work into this. So,
Yeah.
I just don't want to turn people off by that one number. So no offense, please.
No, I totally agree. the reason I bring it up is,
I understand the reason to bring it up, but I don't know if they will.
yeah,
That's why.
is it possible to,
In the explanation, we can try if we have enough work.
what,
You know,
as far as the
limited
vote, to
work.
separate out so that they can,
Vote for one and not the
I
other.
mean,
But then what happens
I'll
if
say, I guess
they
you could,
vote yes for us and no
No,
for you?
yeah,
You
that-
go
I
back
think-
well,
to
the way you work,
So, yes, he would.
what was that again?
You would go back to 360.
So if you don't pass, you stay at the 360.
right, I don't think you want to separate them. Yeah, because there's a possibility that, let's just have an example, no one likes you, right? It's an example. And they say no to your raise, but they say yes to their raise. Well, then you're stuck at what you are right now, and they're going to go up to the higher
Well, that's what I
amount.
say, can we word it differently so it's on the ballot if,
I think the mayor has a lot of responsibilities.
Right.
That
I agree with that.
A lot,
I'm not fighting.
a lot
that.
of responsibilities, more, or at least this mayor does. This mayor's going, I mean, he's going out and doing a million.
And what I thought you were going to
The
ask
next
is,
mayor might too.
And I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying.
your point is well taken.
Yeah.
I don't want
No,
this
I
to cost
agree with what you're saying.
the entire council raises.
Right.
Because, and I don't think it would, but, you know, if,
but I think, what I thought you were going to ask is I don't remember the number of words, but we get so many words to kind of explain our intent, and I'll try to work in there, why the mayor's higher than the council.
you can't
just an
separate it
explanation.
into two, I guess you could.
I was saying you could, but then there's a distinct possibility that one would pass and one wouldn't.
Well, no, if you pass the first one with
No.
all council,
No.
and then you can come back and see if it, no.
Unless you
They'd
did
be
all
two
council
separate.
this year, and then next election, could we do mayor separately on an individual thing to a higher rate? Say,
Be another amendment.
It's not a charter thing, it's,
It'd have to do with the electorate also.
okay,
So it'd be
I
the
was
same
just trying to come up
process.
with something
I
else.
think your best bet is to keep them together so there's consistency, and we do our best to explain it. And I think everyone recognizes how hard you work, and it won't be a problem.
yeah, well, and obviously if that fails, and we think that's why it is, we can come back with, keep them all the same and do it that way.
You can always bring it back.
Yeah.
Another amendment, and you can continue.
And I can tell you, if it fails, it probably needs to come back.
We'd have to wait till the next election.
Which would be a year away.
Well, you can call a special one for
You could.
that.
I don't think
You could.
spending all that money.
No, I'm just saying you could. I'm
I
saying-
would call
And
special
there
election
might
for
be
that.
some reason you have to do that, and you never know.
Yeah.
You never know. So that would be my recommendation. We keep it together. We'll do the explanation the best we can with the limited number of words we have, and see what happens.
Does everybody else think, do you think that might be a problem? I don't know. I didn't think about it. I don't know.
You can't make an option like 8,000 for the mayor and 6,000 for a council, or it just has to be this.
Well,
this
that's what
amount.
we've done.
Well, because it's all rolled together, what's saying is
All or
somebody, well, I don't want him getting that, so
No.
nobody's getting nothing.
Altogether, that's fine. I say have an option of this or 8,000 for the mayor and 6,000 for city council is the other.
But the bottom line is, this hasn't been raised in many years.
I don't know.
That needs to be explained.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
All we're doing is we're making an adjustment to.
But you know, on a ballot, you can
Yeah.
only do so much. So.
Right. Well, I've seen some of those paragraphs.
Yeah, there's. I
I
can't
think
remember
people
the
are
word
shocked
count, but there's-
sometimes when they find out how much there really is.
Yeah, there's the character maximum. Yeah, I'll make it work.
All right. That's fine.
My,
Thank you.
but I do need a consensus on, I either have to, because I'm completely missed this, that your title has monthly salary, obviously the first sentence has monthly salary, and then I quote an annual salary. So I need to know if you want to quote it as annual or a monthly.
I would probably put it as annual.
Which is
Annual.
easier to fix.
Actually, if you
Same.
say monthly, it's a smaller number, and
smaller
it might pass because it's going from 360 to 9,600, right?
That is
It
true.
might come across and be more saleable.
So I will change the.
Yeah, leave it monthly.
Yes. So A and B will have monthly
And then you
figures.
just
instead of
divide by
annual.
12.
And I think it's 806.40 or something. Is that right?
Or if you explain changing from 360 to 800, or
Yeah,
whatever.
That's
And-
easier.
in the explanation, so they can see, and the
Yeah.
reason is because it hasn't been adjusted in 25 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for noticing.
No,
that.
625 and 800 is what the monthlies are.
You're keeping it as monthly?
Yes. And I will.
Sure, we're
But for a
changing the
different
amount.
Oh, the dollar amount.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you gonna run?
Well, I need to buy a house in Portugal.
So it will now say for the mayor be $800 monthly, the council member $625. I'm done. $625 monthly.
So 625 times 12 is 7,500. Yep.
All right. So it's a motion with those changes.
Yes.
Go out to dinner on Friday.
No motion is defeated.
Oh, motion for ordinance 25-725 with changes discussed.
727.
727. Second.
Motion and second. Further discussion?
Who seconded it? I'm sorry.
Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Public got comment? Oh, I thought you wanted that one. All right, bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye quickly. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Right.
Okay, that's all the charter changes. Thanks for getting through that. And so next up on the agenda is item number 10, City of Port Richey Delegation of Signature Authority for FEMA Grantee Public Assistance Program. Pass it, Mr. Cobb, for introduction.
So we're in the process of submitting reimbursements to FEMA for expenses. So we need to get the city and myself designated as the city's authorized agent. So we need a letter from the mayor, signed by the mayor, delegating signature authority to the city manager.
He's becoming a regular dictator here, isn't he?
Because I don't get paid enough to do all these signatures. That's going to pass this over to him.
Hey, you can't even make a motion. I don't think you should get paid.
That's right.
We make motions, we make seconds, you do nothing.
I know it. I know.
You just sit there. You sit there.
Exactly.
Hurry up.
I got listeners tell me no all the time. I do that. So
Motion to approve
This.
delegation of signature authority for FEMA Grantee Public Assistance Program.
second. Sorry, Bob. Again, Lisa, second. Any further discussion? Anyone public like to comment? So you don't have to put the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Last up of council business is item number 11, purchase of a Pierce Saber pumper. Pass it to Mr. Cobb for introduction.
So during the fiscal year 25 budget process in the capital program, we talked about the purchase of a fire engine to replace and one that currently exists. It actually is going to be to replace an engine 3 years from now. But because it takes up to 36 months to get it built, we need to order it now. We've been given two options in terms of paying for this. We can either pay for it, put a deposit down and pay for it when the vehicle comes in, or we can choose to go with a loan option. If we did go with a loan option, I would tell you that we'd probably be looking at the 5-year mark at 4.82%. And trying to give you kind of an analysis of this, when you look at the cost of, because we get a prepayment discount, which is effectively $110,000 off of the $1,060,516. It ends up being, we spend only about $31,000 more to actually go with the loan. I think it probably is a better process to go through because of that, but it's really in the end going to be up to you if you want to spend an additional $31,000 for that flexibility.
What is the life expectancy for this offer?
Good evening. So the life expectancy of a frontline apparatus, is the NFPA's recommendation, is 10 years. A reserve apparatus is 20 years. So this will be replacing a 20-year-old apparatus, is what it will do.
And we would be expecting to hold on to this for 20 years.
Yeah.
So 10 years.
We'll say for 20 years. So the current truck that we're in right now will be about at the 9.5-year mark, if depending on if this comes in at 36 months or a little bit after, between 34 to 36 months of the contract says they have to deliver it in. So you're about at 9. So you're going to put that in a reserve status. And then this would become the primary line. Then you have 10 years of reserve status.
20 goes out, 10 comes in, new one.
And it's kind of setting the city up for a 10-year replacement cycle, which is pretty fortunate. Most fire trucks last in 5 to 7 year replacement cycle. It allows us to do that. When we're talking about the longevity of these trucks, of course, as they age, the one that we're going to be replacing in 2008 has cost us significantly over a few years, just because parts of when that truck was made, that style truck, the fire department was pretty desperate to get a truck in 2008, and they kind of had to buy one that was ready to go and off the lot. And that's why probably if you ever looked at that cab design of that truck, you don't see many trucks like that because they've discontinued that cab. Well, what that comes discontinued Timothy front ends and all this other stuff that, we're just kind of rolling the dice on. And then the saltwater exposure to these vehicles, we had the intention when we replaced this current fire truck, when we were head of the council back in 2019, we had the intention of holding on to a truck from 1999, sent it for inspection and found out that the frame was rusted out. We do as much prevention as we can, but unfortunately, salt and everything and the corrosions, the bodies are made of aluminum, but the frames are still metal frames.
I go by there all the time. They're always washing that truck and taking good care of it.
Yeah, we try to take pride. This is a huge commitment for a city. It really is, and we understand that on taking. And when we build these trucks, we take the fiscal responsibility seriously. You know what I mean? Because you could get very expensive in outfitting these trucks with, quote unquote bells and whistles, right? For lack of better terminology. But the big thing that kind of pushes our price up just a little bit is we have to build it to fit our fire station.
Right.
You know what I mean? That right there, when the chief and I met with all the fire truck manufacturers, some fire truck manufacturers said, hey, we'll just tell you right now, we couldn't build a truck that low that you need to get in. It's 9.6. The average fire truck is 9.10 of height. So it's not like they can take an inch off. They got to take a few. And we had to give on some things. For instance, we can't ever get a 1,000-gallon water tank, because to get a 1,000-gallon water tank and still have the compartmentation to take care of the tasks at hand we have with the water rescue and stuff, we had to figure out, hey, do we want to get rid of hose or do we want to get rid of water? So we had to give and take, even with this fire truck. And fire trucks are only getting bigger, which is not good for us because, we're trying to build them smaller to fit our current basis.
Does all the equipment transfer?
The equipment does transfer. So obviously we'll be taking equipment from a 20-year-old truck. But in our capital improvement plan, I think not next year, the following year, we budgeted, we're going to be asking for about $100,000 to do that. That was just a number we put out there. Of course, we're going to go through the equipment and see, hey, what has valued life? But again, I don't think you want a 20-year-old saw, but that's stuff we can replace. As our intention is as a department is over the next 3 years, if we have this approval, that will kind of start chipping away at that equipment list and figure out where we are, what we can transfer over, and we can't transfer over.
We have a step plan, step program, and so our air packs, like you haven't heard us ask for new air packs in a while, but they're on a list. So we look at the age and the use of items, and then we kind of pace them out.
You have it, but you will.
Yeah.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Sooner or later, it's coming.
And unfortunately, also working against some stuff. The NFPA just says, hey, look, past this point, you shouldn't use it. And NFPA is a recommendation, but the downfall is if somebody does get hurt using that, the first thing they're going to reference is, well, it wasn't NFPA compliant. So, it's one of those, what do? You just try to do the best interest.
A lot of fire equipment, just like police equipment, is dated. It's dated. It's got a certain, and sometimes you don't even want to go to that date.
It could be a rope that's never been used. Once it makes 10 years, whether it's never even been taken out of the bag, it's got to be done with.
Right.
Those items are out there.
So like Mr. Koppler said, the reason why we're coming ahead of you it looks like we're kind of jumping a gun is not we're necessarily jumping a gun. We want to make sure that in 3 years from now, we have the truck coming in when the truck's 20 years old. Not in 3 years we're going, hey, we need a truck. And oh, by the way, this truck's costing us $60,000 to maintain and keep. Especially after this last hurricane, that truck, we rolled the dice. That truck, obviously it was unforeseen, but that truck was we made sure that got, because we had to go in to get people.
Right.
Can't tell them sorry, can't drive the fire truck. that was the truck that had the exposure. We did prevention, like you said. We had a guy underneath that truck with a pressure washer washing it.
Yep.
But
I washed my truck afterwards.
Yeah.
And still off.
That's a no-brainer.
So are we asking for which option? Excuse me.
Yeah, so,
There's two.
yeah, the two options are we pay cash, where we'd have to put a deposit down, and then when it's delivered, we'd pay the rest. What I didn't mention with that, another calculation in all this is that because it's only a 3-year window, what I would intend to do if we went that route is we would put money aside each of the next couple of years in the capital plan. You're still going to have to pay more in the final year because you only have 3 years to come up with the $1 million. So in doing the loan option for 5 years, it levels it off first off. So you only pay in $218 for the 5 years, so you don't have that larger payment. And so it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the capital improvement plan, so you don't have that larger payment in the last year.
What's the interest rate we're paying?
They're proposing 4.82. Now, we are looking, right?
Yeah, so I've actually met with a couple of independent banks to see if we can. So the plan was to borrow we have the 200,000 set aside right now. We can use it as the down payment, but it's borrow the difference, set it in a bank account, pay on it. I mean, we should, if we can get a decent interest rate, actually make a little bit of money off of it and still pay for it in the arbitrage. So, I mean, in that way, we're not doing it using our own cash or anything like that. So we're looking. I had a few banks that didn't really do a whole lot for us. I'm waiting on BCI Capital, the one that we got our back truck and stuff from. Their interest rates weren't really great on those items, so they're trying to work something out for us. But that's kind of where we're at. I don't have an exact answer. I don't have anybody that will give us a better interest rate than 4.8% right now.
So our interest cost on a 5-year plan, which is what you're proposing, right?
Yep.
Is $150,000.
Roughly 41.
Right.
Now, the other piece of all this that I forgot to mention
Appropriation.
is we did request this is one of our appropriation items, and in that, the way that I put it together was, the city would put 200,000 because we've already budgeted that, and we could potentially in the upcoming legislative year get the other $800,000, which again takes care of everything.
So it's a question about the appropriation. If we were to get that, and we we finance this at the 482, say, can we pay that off and abate that interest then? So we're not locked into it once we do it. So,
and my understanding, didn't we?
we
talked about it.
Yeah, we did ask him if there was a prepay penalty, and he said no.
So basically, it stops accruing once we pay it off.
Yeah.
And of course, the other thing I asked, we do have the cash to be able to cover all of this, but it would take away from other things. But if we don't have attached to that, maybe it's prudent to go ahead and pay for it and save that $140 in interest costs and do a loan for something else, unless you think this is a better interest rate opportunity than something else that come along, like a bond or something. We need to do something big. I don't know.
Right, but the issue is going to be that short of paying for it up front, right? If we put it $1,060,000, or actually we pay 900, right? Yeah. We're going to be paying $1 million plus. So,
realistic, I guess the money probably I don't know what are we earning now, 4 something?
Yeah, it's like 4.78.
So really, it's a wash, more or less, a little bit more. So it's probably those interest rates.
Right now we're running about $1,500 in each. So I took out $500,000 each one of those investment accounts to cover for the $1 million that we use, and we're running about $1,500, maybe $1,800 short than what we normally would be bringing in. So I mean, it's not a huge loss, but I mean,
probably worth it for the option.
Right.
Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, I think it just gives us flexibility in the capital plan for the next years, right?
I mean, emergencies happen. So
Yep.
And he
I want to tie up $1 million right now. I want to get the truck, but I don't think
he did indicate that
that's a good idea.
he got an extension on these rates to us when we met him. So he did indicate, hey, look, if you are going to finance it like get the approval, fill out the application, get it going, because you got extension on these rates, because the rates are going to go up.
Yeah, as long as we can, like I said, if appropriation happens or whatever, we can pay it all off, whatever happens, and we're out of interest, that's good, I think.
And that first payment isn't really due until a year out.
Correct. So the options, sorry, I'm going to that.
Could be option one.
Yeah, it's not due until next
January.
Yeah, at least. So Mr. Koppler's talking about the 5-year plan.
Once he figures out.
So yeah, your first payment would be 1/25/2026.
So we got a year deferral on that anyway. So we don't have to, what we do is sign this, don't make first payment till next year.
And that first payment is the 200 something we've
Yeah.
allocated for this year, right?
Yeah.
But I'm assuming as soon as we sign the deal, the interest starts accruing.
It actually
Exactly.
shifts.
Yeah.
And then we gain the $100,000 discount, $110,000 discount.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of the Pure Saver pumper and leave the selection of the payment options to our city manager and our finance manager, because they're going to make the best decision for us. Second. Perfect.
Okay. Got a motion second?
Second.
I've already got a second.
Oh, well, you can ask.
But I'm gonna open up for further discussion if you like.
Somebody's mic's not on over there.
Yeah, I had some questions on some of these options.
Sure.
I noticed this one had a foam system in it. Do we currently have a foam system now?
So we have one in the 2008 truck. We do not have one in the current truck because the truck we bought was a prefab model. The current KME we're in, it was already in production, and we couldn't add that option onto the truck.
Okay. So you're getting.
We're actually getting it back. So it's in order 2008. We're getting it back.
We have one in the system now.
Yep.
When this one comes in 3 years.
It's going to replace. We're going to lose one. We're going to get the same thing.
We'll still have one in the system.
All right. So that's what I wanted to know. I also noticed you mentioned that we're getting an 800 tank instead of a 750.
Correct.
What is the capacity of the tank we have in the systems now?
So remember we talked about truck height. So as our disciplines increased, ALS and water rescue, we've now taken on more compartmentation, right? So when we talk about our dive equipment now, our ALS equipment, that's now taking up other equipment. So we're having to go from around a 950 gallon tank to an 800 gallon tank, but we're keeping the same amount of hose, which doesn't lose ISO points. So we were talking about ISO before. We do fire flows, so I don't want anybody to think it's like this. Our average nozzle flow is about 150 gallons a minute off our initial line coming off. So that's adequate time. And we're in a pretty hydrogen city. So water, we had a long discussion on this, Chief and I.
One of the biggest factors was the fact that they had to lower the truck.
Yeah.
So by lowering the truck, they had to make the tank size smaller, and we had to try to discuss what hose we were going to lose as well as the water. We did not want to lose the water, but we just didn't have a choice. There's two things we had to cut short: the height and the length.
And the length. So
yeah, so we have to cut bumper space on both sides, which sounds aesthetically. You know, the bumpers are aesthetic. Well, not on a fire truck, they're not. When the back bumper, the shorter you make it, the harder it is for us to stand on it to safely get hose off the top. So those changes had to happen because there's no other way to fit it in the truck. But a big portion of that water tank loss you're speaking of lowered the tank. The only other option was to change the suspension, which was absolutely, it's almost like when people lower their cars and trucks, they would have to do that to the fire truck, which is an astronomical fee.
And believe it or not, it only increased the tank size by 75 gallons.
Yep.
Yeah, 50 gallons.
Yeah.
That was a
so
$22,000 change too. Is it?
The reason why we're going with foam, also with a pre-pipe foam system, is when you add Class A foam, it's a surfactant, so it makes water more wet, per se, for lack of better terminology. Now having that piped in actually increases your tank size because now we're putting foam on side of a fire with that. So that foam is actually helping us with
less water.
Yeah, less water. Yeah.
There's more a lot of options there, Dave. I can't let air on.
Do you have the numbers up in front of you? What was the change for that 750 to 800? Was like 22 grand.
It was 22 grand, and it was like on a cost per gallon, it was $446 per gallon.
So I asked that because I knew that was going to be brought up. So when we're looking at the Sourcewell contract, there's two contracts that you have and would have the Florida Sheriff's Office. The reason why they didn't run this under Florida Sheriff's Office is it costs more money for the same exact truck, because Florida Sheriff's Office charges more to the manufacturer to use that contract. So they went with the Sourcewell contract because it brought the price of the truck down. On the Sourcewell contract, it's a basic pumper, you'll even see in there that we have LED lights. You think it's a no-brainer to have LED lights now, but the contract says to use halogen lights. It's all within the premise of the contract, allows those changes. But the reason why those changes are there is because the base model truck for that base contract is that, a base model truck that's 9'10", not meant for our disciplines, and does that.
You guys did their homework.
So you guys are comfortable with all the upgrades that you've made to the vehicle?
Yeah, this has been a year, and we've been at this for about a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been at this probably a little bit over a year. This truck's going to not only serve the community for its time, but it's going to serve it in a capacity that fits the needs of this community. This isn't a truck that's meant for, I don't want to, but like Pasco County, it's meant for the city of Port Richey. Our streets, our heights,
smaller.
What we've got to carry. We're unique in the fact, like I brought it before, we're the only department that does water rescue. Well, that's good for you guys, right? We're ready to go in. If you drive your vehicle in the water, well, that equipment takes up space.
And it's wet when you put it back. So the compartment has to be special to make sure that the wet gear can go in the compartment. So this was the first fire truck. He's excited about it, as you can tell. That the city's actually purchasing that
is built for us.
We, not just me and him, all the crews got to go out and say, hey, listen, this compartment's great, but it doesn't fit this tool. We got to put it at an angle, and we're going to fix that. Yeah. So all those little things were included into this truck.
For instance, I didn't want power windows, but the guys outvoted me and they wanted power windows in it.
You wanted them to do this?
Yeah, that's what they have currently.
One of the other things I did notice that they're charging you $3,700 for solar film on the vehicle. Can that get done locally?
We saw that, and I still question that myself, but the liability of us doing it on our own versus buying it from the manufacturer, to me, I thought it was worth it just
to
to
$1 million truck. I think
just to let them do the window tint. It came that way. They installed it versus us taking it, paying some fly-by-night company to come in and install the window tinting on it.
Breaks the window.
Yeah, I looked at that number. I kept shaking my head. Matter of fact, I got a question mark by it myself. And then when talking to him a little bit, he's going, do what you want. But
that's what I
unfortunately,
just asked.
liability drives the train. I asked too.
Okay.
They may take it for a test drive. You never know.
Any other discussion? Questions?
Oh, good.
I have a motion second on the floor. If no other discussion, I'll open up public comment. Seeing none? Good. Okay. Bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks, guys.
And that concludes council business. Discussion of old business next up. Any discussion of old business? Oh, I'm sorry.
What about council?
No, I'm right. Yeah, no, all right. Old business. Old business first.
I was wondering how we're coming with the company is doing a survey on our traffic situation.
We're still, I think, in line to get that done in the next 4 months. A few months, right?
Is it a few?
Is it
or
a few?
more?
Yeah,
I forgot how we put that.
Yeah, it's a few.
We're still in line with them. We've sent them all the requested data. Currently, there is a survey available on the website for data that they're collecting. So if anyone hasn't had a chance to complete the survey on our website, but we're in line to be projected to finish by April.
Okay.
So I would highly recommend residents, as well as council, to go to the website that was set up. I think it allows for you to put in specific areas of concern and type of concern, which would be very helpful to, again, there may be areas that we're not thinking of and they're not going to see in the numbers that they are studying. So it's an opportunity to put those areas within the city into the knowledge base so we can make sure that this is a complete plan when we get there.
Any little business?
Yeah, Brasher bathroom.
Yes. So it was demolished today. I don't know if it's completed. Is it complete?
Well, let's just say they were
No, it's
loaded up when
gone.
I left.
It's gone.
Yeah.
We have to make sure, I don't think we've had a chance to go out there and review it.
It's been flushed.
And so the next phase is really to get what the replacement's going to be.
And then update you guys up, just make you aware that so Limestone Drive Fishing Pier, that's going to be, I think, on next council agenda there's a bid closing. So we've got the bids in for the Limestone Fishing Pier. Had 2 bids, is that right? And so we'll have those on the next agenda to select.
Oh, by the way, I've seen people fishing on that, so you guys might want to keep an eye on limestone.
Yeah.
That could be a real hazard. Nothing to stand on.
Any other old business? Oh, no, can't do that. We get communication.
What?
We got communication, roundtable. Comments?
Oh, sorry.
We move that to the end. So, next up, comments from Mayor, City Council. I'll start with Vice Mayor Rodriguez. I don't think she has anything, obviously, but I'll give her a chance, second chance at it.
Let me see. No.
Okay. Moving along to Councilwoman Burke.
I'm finally getting along with this mouse. I think this is going to work for me.
Good.
So, thank you to George for setting this all up, and Sal was in here working on it, and everybody else. It's going to work. It's easier to keep track, actually.
Okay, good. Councilman Hubbard.
I think this is great.
What, the root beer?
The caramel. You get caramel, you get a fire truck. That's a good deal.
Bribery.
He gave me a caramel, I gave him a fire truck.
I didn't get a caramel.
Computers
Was
are
there some
great.
quid pro quo going on for votes or something with these candidates?
Don't break the new computers.
What are the chances of going to that crack?
Food fight.
Is that all you got, Bob?
Oh, as I said, the computer is awesome. I think it's great. Save Ashley time and money in the city. I think it's a great idea.
Because there were, 600 pages today? So,
Yeah.
Don't step on my comments. I got
I
something.
think Ashley needs a monitor like this so we can see her face.
I don't think you want to do that.
Yeah, I can see it. Trust me. You probably will leave that over there.
Wow.
That all you had?
That's all good.
Councilman Mueller?
Yeah, I got a couple. Whatever happened with the property on Quist where the seawall was falling in? Were we trying to get that resolved or demoed or?
I think that's on one of the lists to go forward with Slum Blight, if I'm not mistaken.
Because I noticed that property has changed hands.
The
next round?
Yes.
The property's changed
In
hands.
the previous building official, that was the plan.
Oh, yeah, do that.
But I don't want to stop that. I want to keep it moving. Good that you're working on. Got a new chief in the process. How are we coming on dispatch?
The county approved the changes that we were making to the interlocal, and the next step is to go to the county board, dispatch board, to get their approval of it. And once they approve it, then it'll go to us. And then once we approve it, it goes to the board of county commissioners.
Good to see progress there. Now, in the review of the previous minutes, there was a mention of the Pine Hill lift station that do epoxy line. How was that going?
Do that right now?
I believe Daryl informed us on Monday that they were going forward with that particular lift station.
They haven't completed it yet.
Yeah, they haven't completed it yet.
Okay.
They have started.
I was just curious. And I noticed that there was an ethics training coming up for Florida League of Cities for all of us. That's on 2/5, and I believe it's a webinar. And if you sign in, we can. I don't know if that's probably not any fees for that, is it?
No, it's good, free.
So did you say February 5th?
February 5th. And you should have gotten an email today. It came in this afternoon. And there's a grant seminar with them as well that our grant person should look into, potentially have some opportunity there. And that's all I have.
Okay. I just got a few things. First off, Happy New Year to everyone. I think it's the first meeting of the year, so 2024 was a rough one, and we got through it. We're still getting through it, but we'll get there. We'll make it. So absolutely happy New Year, everyone, and wishes well for everybody. Myself and Matt spoke at the delegation meeting last Tuesday. They met and basically just thanked them for consideration. Obviously, we've got 5 appropriations before them, and so obviously they're integral into potentially getting those across the finish line. So we were there and represented City of Port Richey. The other thing I wanted to mention was on the digital stuff. I know this was kind of put together for this meeting. One of the reasons Ashley was in a conference, I think, right? So she was actually remote. So it actually worked out better for her not to do the books this time. But I did want to point out this was a large agenda. We had 601 pages, and just from the paper perspective of it, not counting Ashley's time that would be involved putting those books together, 601 pages. You take that times 7 books is 4,207 pages. You divide it by 500 pages in a ream of paper. You get 8.4, so almost 8.5 reams of paper. A case is 10. So this meeting alone, just the paper involved in that to do those books would have cost probably $50 minimal cost, but it's a case of paper. But there's a lot more time and stuff involved in that. So I'm really thankful that you guys are giving us a shot. I think it'll work better, maybe a little different, but it's a real good savings from paper, from time, environment, just all across the board. I think it's going to be a lot easier going forward. So I appreciate you participating in that, and actually it helps Ashley out tremendously. Maybe, but 2 more things. I'll save this one for last, but I wanted to let you all know I've been in conversation with Bill Rocket's office. He did a walk around Newport Richey last year. And I met with them, Karen. I said, hey, we'd like you to come here. And so they've booked that date as of today, hot off the press. So May 9th, which is the day before our May 10th is a Saturday. So that's May 9th is a Friday.
That's the mayor's ball, isn't it?
No, that's the next week. May 10th is the kickoff parade for the Centennial. So Gus is going to be here on May 9th. Time yet to be determined to obviously take a tour of the city, stop at some of the business or whatever, and visit Port Richey. And so it gives us an opportunity to get in front of him and so kind of put that on your calendars. So hopefully y'all can participate in that. I'm sure it'll be during the afternoon sometime, but it's a good opportunity to get in front of Gus and roll out the red carpet for him and make him welcome. So we got that solidified for the May 9th. And the last thing I wanted to bring up, obviously you guys probably saw it on Facebook. The fire department posted there was 2 firemen that got Fireman of the Year, Damian Lineball and Bruce, forgive me, Joannikis. I had it before I started, but it slipped. Bruce Joannikis, both Firemen of the Year. I know there's a lot going on, and of course this is a big agenda. Yeah, if we could give an applause for that. Yeah, appreciate those guys' service and dedication to community, obviously. We do have opportunity for, I guess you probably had some kind of ceremony where you presented that stuff to them. I would like to do that during our proclamation section at one of the next council meetings so we can give them a little recognition from the council for that. I think it's a great achievement. I appreciate their service. So if we can set that up at some point, you guys feel.
Set up towards a volunteers fireman's ball.
Okay.
That's when we actually presented them. So all the family was already there. So instead of me doing a whole nother day, I just did it right then.
Yeah, and going forward.
I forgot that you had started that.
Yeah. And going forward, if you guys ever do something like that, because I didn't know about it, I'd love to attend that myself, just to be there and support those guys. So in the future or anything like that, but if we can bring it in here during proclamations as well, let's do that because they need that recognition. It's important. That's all I've got. So with that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn. By job.
Second. Motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.